We traveled 30,000 miles across the U.S. to ask one question. How does the American farmer make a living?
Sorry.
Well, I'm sure happy to be joined this evening by former Iowa defensive lineman Matt Kroul as we react, instant reaction to Iowa's 18-16 loss at the hands of the Oregon Ducks. Matt, appreciate you being here, even under the difficult circumstances.
Corey, I know, man. I couldn't keep it going. Sorry, but a fun game. I mean, I know we lost, but a fun game to watch and competed and our type of game. And like I say a million times, undefeated season to a 3 or 4 loss seasons, literally 5 or 6 plays. And that happened tonight. So yeah, unfortunate, but kept fighting, played the game that we needed to play versus these guys, and just didn't get it done.
I've often brought up 2008 because that's the season comes to mind, because I just remember those numbers when I was, 2008? I would have been like 12 years old, but I just remember those numbers: 4 losses, total of 12 points. That just rings true in my brain, and that's kind of where we're at right now. Like you said, the margin is slim. Doesn't mean that anybody should be ashamed of themselves. It's just unfortunately Iowa's lost more games than they've won. The schedule has been difficult. Like you said, these games have been played to Iowa's liking, to Iowa's pace. This is a dream scenario. And I tell you what, 2 weeks ago against Minnesota, Iowa throttling the Gophers, and I said post-game that it kind of reminded me of Iowa's rout of Ohio State in 2017. Obviously, much different caliber opponent between Buckeyes of 17 and the Gophers of 25. But the reason I bring that up is tonight, just the way the game panned out, you can't convince me it didn't look a lot like Penn State, Iowa 2017.
Yeah.
I mean, it just down the stretch, Iowa had no business being in this game if you look at the stats. But like you said, that's what Iowa does. They bend, they bend, they bend. They get a red zone interception at one point. They get a couple of stops, forcing field goal tries. And just opportunistic play. And then sort of like 2017 when Akram Wadley made a big play down the stretch. You have Mark Gronowski making a 40-yard touchdown, or 40-yard bomb down the field to DJ Vanami to kind of give Iowa life. It was on a critical down. It's Big Grove's big play of the day for tonight. And then that eventually led them to field goal range, which led to red zone and eventually goal to go situation where they used all 4 downs and eventually Mark trots in. And at that point, I think collectively Hawkeye Nation had real hope and belief that they were going to win this game, Matt. And, you know, we're going to get into the different plays, the things that went haywire, the things that went right. But I guess what were your thoughts after Iowa takes the lead?
Obviously, my thoughts always as a player. I mean, go back to those points that we leave out there. A fumble. I know we're going to get into all these plays, but a fumble inside the 20. A safety early in the game. In our style of football, man, those 1, 2, 3 points come back to get us, and not converting that 2-point conversion, which is interesting because we can break down that play. Like, what's the difference if you get a toe or a heel in? Because the whole verbiage on the TV was whole foot must come down. Well, people drag their toe. His heel was in for 2 points, but that's the rule.
So let me just and I could be totally wrong on the rule. We don't have a rules expert here. Gene Steratore, is obviously a veteran official. He was doing games back when you played. But I said the same thing. And the only thing I could think of, the way I tried to explain to myself what the explanation was, trying to translate what Gene Steratore said on that 2-point conversion. First of all, I thought it was really odd how Kamari Moulton's feet and legs came out from underneath him, went forward. It looked strange. So it's very rare that you have heels down first in that situation. But I suppose, and you tell me if I'm wrong, maybe you're going to bring examples to the table of where I'm wrong. But if a receiver were to toe tap, so his toes are in bounds, but then his heel comes down out of bounds, my guess is that would be incomplete. If a guy gets his toe down without,
and
that's it, and then picks up the foot and like it's another step. You get what I'm saying? I don't know, because you're right.
Yeah. No, I mean, you are probably right. I'm just, hey, every point matters. We tie it up. That changes their mindset, or they tie it up. It's all those little things add up. But I think your explanation is probably right. It's just as a Hawk fan, man, I'm crawling, I'm clawing and digging for everything that we can get. So just thought we had it. Made some obviously gave up too much rushing yards in our style of play. Usually that's lopsided when you start looking at the total team stats. With them with 261 rushing yards, we're missing some first tackles, and that's a good running back. Like those guys, they had 4 solid guys that they were rotating in. They're a little light at receiver, but they did what they needed to do, and that's a testament to a good team on the road that can put a running attack together versus a defense like ours. That's a good team. So, obviously tough loss to swallow and moving on to next week, but they learn from it and don't hang your heads, because that was a good game.
We got a couple of people already in the queue that want to talk to you, Matt. We'll take our first caller. Thank you for calling Iowa Smokehouse's call-in line. Who we got on the line tonight?
Yeah, hi, this is Corey.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah, hey, I'm a little concerned, I guess. So, get-go, the game, you had two mishapped, long snaps.
Mm-hmm.
The one almost went over our punter's head.
Yep.
And then the second one ended up in a safety.
Yep.
I mean, and luckily it wasn't a touchdown, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we're down 2-0.
Yep.
Awesome. That's the best result we probably could have had out of that situation. Okay, and then you go into halftime. You're playing well. You're keeping it close, just like Iowa always wants to do. Okay, and then honestly, I feel like what our downfall was. I'm not saying it was necessarily the play calling. Weejan is our jet guy. They did not punt him the ball. They did not give him a chance to even return a punt.
They punted him the ball, but the problem is the way they. Matt, maybe you can speak to that. I know you said you're not much of a special teams expert, but that rugby style punt, what makes that different? How does that make it harder on the return man, even if he knows where the ball's going, to have time? Because doesn't that buys Oregon an extra second to 2 seconds to get their guys down the field and cover up the punt return guy?
I mean, you saw on his fair catches, there was 4 or 5 guys around him, and a team like this is a step up in athletes what these guys have. So he knows he couldn't be as risky as he probably could have been in the past here with some of his other teams. But yeah, no, you're right. It gives them a little extra time for that coverage team to get down, and directional punting was good, and didn't give him a chance. And yeah, then unfortunately, that's sometimes what the Hawks need is a big play on special teams, and we weren't able to do that tonight. So that's another difference in the game.
Yeah, and Corey,
definitely.
Corey, you brought up the 2 plays that we haven't talked about, the long snaps on those punts. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a coach. I'm not part of the program. I think the word would have to be unacceptable. You just can't have that. And I know it's raining. I know it's wet. Hey, the last time Iowa went to Happy Valley when it was pouring rain was 2018. And remember, Penn State had very similar problems on multiple punt plays.
Yeah.
So it can get that. You remember that, Corey? You remember that game in 2018?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Penn State was able to overcome it at home in that game. But reminiscent of those issues as well. We don't have Tyler Kluver on this show, but my guess is he would tell you how difficult it is to long snap the ball in these types of conditions. And let's be honest, they've had long snapping issues all year. Most of those have been on field goals. They've ran 2 snappers.
Agreed.
Mike Speltz and Bryant Whirl. I'm not totally sure. I know the camera showed Whirl. Are we sure that it was 45 snapping, Matt? Did you notice? You were at the game, so
I was at the game for those early ones. Yeah,
I thought
and I couldn't tell.
It was 45. I'm pretty sure. I saw him on the sideline, and he was fist bumping. Yeah. Getting ready to go out there for the next time.
Well, let me just say this.
Getting ready.
I'll be honest. I'm not zeroing in on long snapping most games. But as I've understood
definitely.
It's been Ike Speltz snapping on punts and been Brian Whirl snapping on field goals because Whirl has been better at field goals. Speltz has been better on punts. So I would like to know why if that was Whirl, I'd like to know why Whirl was snapping on punts to begin with. Unless he's just closed the gap. But like I say, we know he's had issues on field goal snaps. So that would be a question for Kirk.
Yep. I got one more point though. Okay. So at the beginning, I know I've already brought up, the long snapping issue at the beginning, right? At the beginning of the game, that has nothing to do with it. We were lucky to even really be even in that situation to where it was so close, because it could have been 14-0 right away. If we wouldn't have stopped them, it could have been 14-0.
Could have, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, luckily, I don't know. And I was concerned when they threw that flag out there when, he kicked it. I was unaware of that rule, I guess.
What
that
rule?
a kicker cannot kick it out of the.
What was the rule? Like, I don't even know I know that they called illegal kicking, and then they eventually called it.
It was an illegal kick.
Right.
And I guess I wasn't even aware of that was even a thing.
Yeah, you can't kick the ball if it's intentionally. I don't really know Matt, what was the result of the penalty? I guess I don't understand what the result.
I think they enforced it on the after the kick, right? I mean, they enforced 10-yard. They brought them back to the 20. So I feel like they enforced that 10-yard penalty on the.
Well, no. This was when they got the safety.
Yeah, that's what he's talking. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about the kick after.
Okay,
the
yeah. Yep. Okay.
He's saying it was enforced on that kick, which seems strange. Why would that?
Yeah, I have no idea why
quite enforced that way.
We need Coach Patterson to enlighten us on that situation, because I don't know. Is it legal to kick it but you can still hit it with your hand out, or you can't touch it regardless. You know, is it
I
foot,
think it was
hand?
Gary Danielson made the comment at one point that it looked like, I think he said, an illegal bat of the ball. I don't know if that's just his rudimentary description of what that was, but yeah, they caught a huge break by that being a safety and not either being a touchdown or being a first down at the 2-yard line. They caught a huge.
When he dropped that flag at the 2,
penalty,
I was like, oh no.
Yeah, for sure. So they got the penalty, right? I mean, if the kicker, kicked it out of bounds, and if he knew that it was even going to be a penalty, why could he have not just jumped on the ball in the end zone? It still would have been a safety, right?
Yeah, I said the same thing.
And because he touched it at the 1-yard line and tried to shove it out.
Well,
but his hand slipped. Obviously, it's wet.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably the fear. If you try to fall on the ball and then it squirts out, so he's just trying to get it out of there, and so he kicks it out of bounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep.
I think
I mean, that's
I'll say
smart
this,
heads up play for sure.
I think the rule needs to change if what we just said is how it's interpreted, because that wouldn't keep me from kicking the ball. I'll take the penalty.
Yeah, no, 100%
ensuing kick if I kick it out of bounds like that.
Yep, I totally agree. One last point before I let you guys go. Honestly, I was really impressed with, the composure of Gronowski tonight. He didn't have things going his way. We were not running the ball very well. What was our longest run? Like 9 yards, I think, was our longest run.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then we finally opened up the playbook. I kept sitting on my couch. I was watching it, and I said, we're not running the ball very well. We need to, get some wheel routes going, get somebody open over the middle, throw it to a tight end deep. And then guess what happened on that 93-yard play, or that 93-yard touchdown that we had when Gronowski ran it in? Tight end open right over the middle.
Yep.
I mean, we had 3 guys to the left. We had an empty backfield. Man, it was perfect. I don't know if Lester might have heard me on the side, or he might have heard me when I was sitting on my couch. It was wide open. They knew. I'm not saying they were stacking the box the whole entire game, but they knew that we obviously are incompetent with passing the ball. But that's when you got to take advantage, I think.
Well, they're more competent.
Oregon's defense is pretty stingy. You got number 44. He went out for a little while, but when he come back in, man, it was kind of a game changer when he come back in there.
Well, we appreciate your call, sir. Thanks for calling.
I appreciate it. You guys have a good time.
You too.
You too, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. They're more competent than they have been in the passing game. You don't have to agree with that. Those are just the facts bear that out. And I'm going to get I got the official box score just now from Iowa. Gronowski finished 10 of 18, $138, 1 touchdown, no picks, 2 sacks. Those aren't lighting the world on fire, and he'd probably want to be better than that. However, that was nearly enough to win the game. So, yeah, it is what it is. I'll address this real quick. Lomansky, thank you for the super chat. He says, Hurts for sure. However, barking and calling out an individual player is petty and dead wrong. Nobody wanted the W more than the Hawk in that rain. So go Hawks. Agree with that. No one play. Matt, you played the game. Is it fair to say no one play and no one player ever cost the team a game?
I mean, it's a 60-minute game for a reason, but we're always hard on specialists, man, because they're out there. They're the only ones touching the ball. They're kicking, they're snapping, so it's easy to pinpoint a long snapper that on a rainy day snaps over the head. We all want to point fingers, but that's just human nature. But no, you're right. I mean, any one of those plays, the fumble, Hall not turning his head, Moore throwing a perfect pass right over his shoulder. It's just that's why the game of football is fun, man, because any play can make the difference. And unfortunately, some of those plays that we didn't make or the mess ups that we had cost us the deal. So that's it's a tough thing. Like everyone keeps saying in the chat, man, it's a tough game to swallow. And I came home at half. My boy wasn't going to make it the second half, as cold as his feet were, but wife and I are jumping up and down watching that last drive with the long pass from Gronowski. And then we're trying to jump pass and no one goes out to the pass. We're like, what's going on? And then it's fourth down. And, Gronowski jogs into the end zone and we're jumping up and down. So, I mean, I'm just the biggest fan as anybody, and it hurts. And it hurts this one a lot, especially just with the hope that we had for the rest of the season, which is still there, we're going to have a solid season. But, all the talk of playoff is kind of dead. So, but still, yeah, I mean, you don't want to blame the long snapper, but they practice every day, so we need those plays to happen. That's all I can say.
I'll just run through a few things. Again, thank you, Lemansky, for that super chat. Before I do that, big shout out to our player of the game, RTI Threads player of the game, another guy from the defensive line. So I'll throw this one to you, Matt. Max Llewellyn was all over the field. So 5 tackles, 1 solo, 1 pass knocked down. And these stats don't tell the whole story. So it's not like these numbers are going to, blow you away. But talk about how good he was and how disruptive he was for an Oregon offense that really pretty much controlled the line of scrimmage on that side of the ball.
Yeah, they had some big boys up front, man. If you were there watching the game, they've got some players for sure. And him just making those timely plays. That pass deflection was on a 3rd down, I think, and stopped that drive. And some of the plays he made, on that run game was what we needed. And he was tackling. The first guy there was tackling, and there was a few times where we weren't doing that. So, if there is a knock on the D, it was some of those trying to bring down that good running back was tough at times. But Max and both those DNs have played well all year, and want them to finish strong. Both being veteran guys. I know they want it more than anybody too. So happy that Max had another good game.
Max Llewellyn, 5 tackles, and the pass batted down, but very disruptive, even away from the stat sheet. RTI Threads player of the game. A few numbers just to throw out there, I should say, just notes from today. And we can run through this again with Coach Patterson. But obviously, first quarter was a struggle for Mark Gronowski. I mean, he missed, I counted at least 3 throws that he should have made. One based on press box. So far sideline to Gill, throws it behind him. I believe that was on a 3rd down. And then I believe it was the next drive, might have been a 3rd down. He underthrows Jacob Gill at the marker, throws a ground ball. And then Tim Lester calls a pretty routine screen pass and just doesn't get it there to Kamari Moulton. So it was a hard, I've defended Mark Gronowski a lot this year because I think fans are just too hard on him. And I try to put it into perspective, recent quarterback play. But I'm also here to state the facts. And the facts are he's had a few of these games now. Like Albany, remember how he came out against Albany? He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, Matt. And I really like Mark Gronowski. I'm just stating the facts. Like he's had several of these games where he comes out and it's almost like he's too pent up, too jittery, and he can't make a throw. And he finally settled in today. But and I know Iowa State was not great either, but I believe there was another Big Ten game. Might have been Indiana early. I know he threw the interception early against the Hoosiers, but you know what I'm talking about, right? You nodded your head when I said.
Absolutely. No, I'm with you about defending Mark too, but at the same time, to kind of piggyback off Corey, the caller, Lester was open up the playbook. Those plays were there. And yeah, it's not like he's missing by a yard or he's missing just wide right or something out of bounds. Like they're 5 or 6 yards, off the mark, which Lester had the right play dialed up. We executed besides Mark, putting the ball on him. So, that kind of leads us to what we do. We go back to our run game, which is fine because we were getting 4 or 5 yards a pop and moving the chains at times. And we kind of stayed with it. But, and then finally open it up at the end, getting to some tight ends. But that's tough for, what do you want Coach Lester to do? He calls 3 or 4 plays. And unfortunately, Mark doesn't get the ball where it needs to be placed. And some of those look pretty routine. And yeah, so, if we can start fast and if we start getting some of those first 2 drives and get that offense rolling right away, that just opens up so much for us. It opens up the Moulton up the middle for the run game. and even getting Caden involved some of those, because we had a play where he got kind of held up. It looked like a broken play, but him and Molden, I think, ran each other in the backfield. It looked like it was going to be a shovel pass of some sort, and that was a big stop on third down, I think, if I remember right. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you that some of those throws need to be obviously better, especially early in the game, to get our momentum, and that just changes the whole aspect of the game, especially with our defense. If we put together a first drive, or we put together a long drive and get 3 points, that's a huge turn for us in the way we play the game, the way our defense plays. So yeah, I would love if Mark could just get it in there a little more consistently, especially in the beginning of the game. So just somehow settle himself down and make those routine plays. So yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, again, there are guys who start slow. It's egregiously slow with his arm. It's just like you say, he's so far off in some of these games in first quarters that I'm like, I just don't know that I've seen somebody who's like that. And I don't know. I didn't watch enough South Dakota State football during his career, but I would venture to say he probably didn't have that issue very much at SDSU. So I'm just curious why, you can kind of excuse it game one, and then it happens a second time. And now, okay, it's happened at least 3 or 4 times now. And it's like, it does make you wonder a little bit, but he did settle down. I mean, he's made some timely throws. The deep ball to Jacob Gill in that first half that kind of got them back in the game.
ABS, we don't care.
I guess we have somebody on our line. Well, let's just go to our phone line. Thank you for calling our Iowa Smokehouse call line. Who's on the line?
Hello,
you're on the air.
Oh, it's James. Sorry. My phone is tweaking. I can't hear you sometimes in StreamYard, so sometimes I have to go with the alternative route. But
well, we got you. You snuck in.
Yeah. First off, it's a little frustrating, obviously, because you look back at the plays that more you having a chance. I feel like it's more what it's frustrating about. But I just don't know why it seems like, and I know the defense is great. People say the defense is great, but it seems like when they need to stop, sometimes they can't. Indiana, this game, Iowa State, right? A lot of times when they need to stop against bigger teams or ranked teams or bigger opponents, it seems like they can't get that stop sometimes.
Well,
I don't know if it's he over-adjusts or what's going on, but sometimes it seems like they just can't get the stop when they need to get the stop.
So, we can bring up evidence of this. Iowa State, they've had issues late in games here in the last 4 years, right? They've lost at the tail end of these games 3 of the last 4 years. Now, was it 4 of the last 5? Do the math here. 2020. 2021. I'm not going to try to. It's too late. I'm too fried. But they've had several last second defeats to Iowa State. This is an example tonight. I mean, you want to go way back, the 2017 game against Penn State, where they narrowly lose in the final seconds, and they have lost on some last second field goals. Matt, you played for Phil Parker. I know it was under the Norm regime, but they very similar philosophies in how they coach, and Coach Phil Parker as well, and how he coaches and how his defenses play. Is there something schematically that makes it a challenge for Phil Parker's? Like, they bend a lot, right? And so they give up more field goals. It seems like, they're giving up yardage. Is it hard to stymie up in those moments to keep a team out of field goal range, or how would you answer that?
I think in Norm's concept, that was a much more bend and not break sort of defense. I mean, we ran the same defense 89% of the time. Now Phil, he's bringing number 6 off the edge. We're doing some fire zones and things, which hopefully we get that big play, and that hinders the field goal attempt or whatever we're trying to do. But that's Iowa too. Like, we're usually soft on the edge, and we'll give up those 7-yard routes or 7-yard outs. And I know as a fan we're frustrated, but we're not giving up that big play, which, once again, we didn't give up that many. We gave up a couple run plays, which is not, stereotypical for us. But no, I mean, I think the answer is yes. Yeah. I mean, our scheme, because we're not a heavy blitz package, or we don't, bring pressure up on the line to kind of confuse some old lines into some pass protection calls and things like that. We do bend sometimes a little too much, and, just hopefully we're up by more than 3 points at those times. That's unfortunate that we play a lot of close games, and I'm sorry, but that's the way it's going to probably always be. As long as you're a Hawk fan, we're going to play close games, and more often than not, we win them. But you play a good team that's 8-1 now, they're going to make plays too, especially this day and age. they've got some athletes and they made plays right at the end to get it.
24-yard pass play to Benson down that sideline. So that counts as an explosive play. And, TJ Hall, you mentioned not getting his head around there. I know it's maybe easier said than done. Looked like really good coverage. Dante Moore fit that in there. If TJ Hall turns around, is he able to make a play there?
He even moved his hand, and it was within inches, not even looking. It was close.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
game inches, man. Tough.
Blake, thank you for the super chat. It says, very unhappy. Good game. Great game. Wish they would have just not scored and lost. Okay.
Simple.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I get it. Taking the lead and losing is just so unfortunate. Iowa goes up in the rankings 2 spots, in my opinion. Everyone have a good night. Can't discuss this one. I don't think they'll go up in the rankings. Not that it matters, because they're not getting in the playoffs. So at 9-3. And James, I saw your comment earlier. Thank you, Blake, for that super chat. But when you say now Corey can stop playoff talk, we knew wasn't realistic. You didn't know anything.
I did. They haven't been ranked team.
No, hold on a second. Don't sit here and act like you.
2019.
No. You're gonna sit here and act like, well, we knew the whole time, and you're just delusional. And you didn't know that.
You're not saying you're delusional. I'm just saying I don't like to talk until we beat a ranked team to prove that we can beat a ranked team.
You were just as excited that they could run the table, win 4 straight, and they'd be in. You had your hopes up like thousands of other fans. So I know it's easy to live in the moment and say, well, we knew it all along. This team wasn't meant for it, but you didn't know that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I might not know that, but I also know that we haven't beat a ranked team in like 19 tries, 12 tries, whatever it is, right? So I know that the possibility is very, very, very low because we haven't beat a ranked team until we prove we can beat a ranked team.
James, we've gone through the stats.
Go ahead.
They have played you can count on one hand how many ranked teams they've played at home during that streak you're talking about. 80% of those games have been on the road or at bowl games or on neutral fields at the Big Ten championship game. They've played 2 ranked teams at Kinnick Stadium this year and lost to those teams by a combined 7 points. So I don't care about the streak against ranked teams. I don't care if you're ranked or, I don't care. None of that matters. The fact is they were in both of these games and could have won both of them. To act like, well, we just knew that they weren't going to go 10-2. You know that is a delusional statement to make. You know that's not reality.
Okay. I'm not going to deny that. It's more me venting and frustration because I know that they haven't been one in a while. So
I understand. That's all I want you to admit. You can vent. Hey, I'll be your punching bag.
Yeah.
I know that. I knew that was going to happen as soon as they get eliminated from the playoff discussion. Well, Corey, you were a moron from the get-go, but whatever. It's fine. I get it. I'm frustrated too, believe me. And there's a lot I could rant about tonight that I'm frustrated about, and I haven't done that. It's frustrating. I mean, Matt played the game at a high level. You were part of that 2008 season. It's hard to lose close game after close game after close game. And I'm guessing 2008, there was a lot of positives that came out of that 9-4 season, and you guys ended it on a great note. I know you graduated and moved on, but I'm guessing that it wasn't some indicator of problems in the locker room or this team just doesn't have it. Sometimes you just lose close games. And they won some close games, but they've also lost plenty of close games. So, and hey, 2008, you guys beat Penn State in Kinnick on a final kick. You won a close game in a big moment. So it's hard when most of them don't go your way. When they all go your way, you have a season like Iowa did in 2015, where you go 12-0.
Yep.
It's hard to do that when the margins are so slim and you're someone like Iowa. With the way they play and the way they recruit, it's hard.
And we can't fumble and we can't have special team mistakes.
When it's ranked teams that you can't beat. I think that's not really ranked team, but when you haven't done it recently against the good teams, but you've been in those games, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well,
I feel like that's what makes it more frustrating.
I get it. Yeah. Well, so let me just curious, if we didn't put that little number next to opponents, I know that's a somewhat of an indicator of where teams are, but so Oregon beat a ranked team earlier this year in Penn State, who's not ranked now. Iowa beat that same Penn State team, but let me get this straight. Oregon gets credit for beating Penn State because they were ranked when they beat them, but Iowa doesn't because they were unranked when they beat them. Am I right? Am I right so far, James? Do you see how?
That's how I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, but that's how it works.
Well, then let's not talk about how many straight ranked teams they've beaten. Let's talk about their record versus teams that finished with, 8 or more wins. Like, I think there's other way. I just am tired of hearing that narrative, because to me, yeah, it's a monkey on the back of the coaching staff and Kirk right now, but at the same time, it's not contextualized. And that's my issue I have with it. And they got to get it. Like, they got another chance next week. Problem is, they're out of the playoff race. They're not getting in at 9-3. We all know that. So it's hard. Now you're playing for a bowl game, for bowl positioning, for pride. And, so Kirk will have these guys ready, but I get your frustration, James. I do. Believe me. We're on the same page.
And before I get to my last point, Wisconsin just beat Washington. So,
okay.
I don't know if
Wisconsin
you're
just
paying
beat
attention to
Washington.
that, but
All right. Well, Washington's done. So they're out of the playoff race at this point.
But no, I mean, it was good to see Mark make the plays late. I know it didn't matter, but it was good to see him make some of the throws late. I know people, he played that early, but he just seemed to settle in. So I think that's something that, like, you look at. That's like, I feel like he was very nervous early, and I don't know what the reason was for that, right? Like, I don't know if it's because you're playing Oregon, and a lot of people's eyes is a big shot. And I'm not saying he should be nervous because of that, but he looked nervous, and once he settled in, he didn't play terrible. It's just the defense giving up the running game, and I know they're really good, so I can't be mad at them. It's just frustrating, and I hope we just can battle back and play good against USC. USC looked really good too, so that's going to be tough, though.
It's going to be a real hard game out there. Absolutely. And it's going to be a big game for USC because they are still in the race with 2 losses.
Yep, but enjoy your night, and hopefully we'll recover from this one. So.
Okay, James, appreciate the call, sir. Was I too hard on James, Matt?
Better you than me.
Don't answer that. Hey, everybody, they people want to make me their punching bag. I'm going to respond at times. We're going to put our next caller on hold. Hang tight, caller. All right, I need a little bit of a reprieve after that long discussion. So, folks, if you missed it, we opened with a short trailer for Reagan and Massey's Farms of America program, which is why Matt is here. So we can thank Reagan and Massey and Media Stash. It produces the great show Farms of America, which you can watch on Reagan and Massey's YouTube channel. And Matt Kroul is featured on that. Kroul Farms is featured in episode 1. It's a great series that's continuing in its production phase for season 2. Matt, if people haven't seen that, by the way, snows are covering the fields right now. I don't know if they are down in your parts, but up here in Story County, we got about an inch of snow on the ground. So
Did you really?
Yeah, it's sort of depressing. It's been snowing most of the day, but put a plug in for what people can learn on this show, this series, not just from your episode, but from the season as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, the Media Stash production team was down at the game today. They're pretty big Hawk fans too. So Joey and Elliot, 2 guys that are instrumental in putting this thing together, were down today. So good to see those guys. But, like I said, check it out. I mean, it's a positive view and an educational view of different types of farms in America. So like I said, that season 1 we talked about this, covered anything from row crop guys to crawfish to everything, cranberries. So I'm excited to see season 2, which they're currently filming. And then my wife and I, Nicole, will actually be kind of starting a podcast called Farms of America, kind of going back and rehashing and getting a little even more personal look into some of these different farmers and farms across the nation. So excited to do that, and excited to kind of keep putting agricultural out there to people to learn something maybe they or kind of understand something that, maybe they're not totally educated about. So that's part of the reason why Reagan and Massey put this on and was just to shed a positive light or show America, some struggles and things that we go through every day as farmers. So it's been fun working with them, and I'm excited to see, season 2.
Are you as passionate about farming as you are football? Or how does the passion?
You better hope so. Yeah. I mean, luckily we wrapped up harvest Friday, wrapped up corn, but yeah, you better be passionate about farming, and I think all farmers would agree, and anybody who does some physical labor once in a while, you better be passionate about what you do, or you'll get burned out pretty quick. And the same thing goes with football. So life is hard, but we all have hard stuff in our life, but battle through it and adapt and overcome and succeed and win some games, man. It's what we try and do.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool featured story. If you tune over to Reagan and Massey's YouTube channel, it's linked in our description, so check it out later when the show is over, and watch the entire season. I think it's all up there on the YouTube channel. It's also available It's been available, RFD TV, the Cowboy channel. So we'll come back to this here in a little bit. Let's go to our next caller because I know, Alex, you've been here on hold for a long time. Appreciate you calling into our Iowa Smokehouse.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'd ask how everyone is, but I think I know the answer to that.
You do.
Matt,
Yep.
This is actually the first time I've been able to interact with you, so it's actually kind of nice. So I actually have a question for you to start off.
Sure.
Since you were a defensive lineman and getting to the poor tackling that Iowa has, maybe two questions. One, did you feel like wanting to get back on the field and hitting somebody? And this next question, the more serious one, is does the rain and weather affect tackling as much as it did tonight? Because it seemed like Iowa just had a tough time wrapping up and getting, and it's maybe credit to their running backs who are good running backs, but at the same time, it felt like that Michigan State game that Iowa had last year at Michigan State, where they just couldn't tackle anybody, and it was just kind of a weird phenomenon.
Mm-hmm. To answer, yeah, I mean, you kind of miss hitting people sometimes, man. It's still fun, but I'm almost 40, so I don't find myself thinking about hitting anybody here recently. But no, to answer your question, I think we had a lot of solo. I was giving defense credit the last couple of games. We had 3 or 4 guys around the ball, 3 or 4 or 5 guys. That first guy slips off. We usually had 2 or 3 guys there. Tonight, that's probably just a better O-line and better blocking schemes, and we don't have 2 or 3 guys over the ball. And yes, I'm as frustrated as you when we slide off and he gets 2 or 3 more yards. But that guy's put together too. If you saw that guy up close, I mean, he looked like
solid.
He looked 5'8" with some arms on him. So yeah, he's good. I mean, Oregon's gonna have good players, man. They always do, and everyone in the Big Ten is gonna have good players. But I don't know if we were not getting off blocks, because watching me personally at the game, sometimes I can't see it as well as I'm watching on TV. But I think the difference was, we were kind of bouncing off that first tackle, and there wasn't the second and third guy kind of there. And I would probably guess that, constant rain for 5 hours, is going to cause some guys to be a little more slippery as well. But that's no excuse by any means. But I think gang tackling was a difference tonight, and a back like that's going to run through those arm tackles. And I know it's frustrating as a fan, but I think we need to swarm to the ball, so to speak, and hit them. But didn't happen at certain times.
And then, and you guys were talking about the penalty on Restake. And so if the ball is fumbled, you can't kick it because that penalty happened against, holy hell, I can't think of the punter's, Iowa's punter, Tory Taylor. He did the same thing. He dropped the ball and he just kicked it and it went like 50 yards, but he can't do that. So if it's a fumble, you can't kick it in any sort of progression. I think the bat, you can kind of say, well, he was trying to pick it up, but so there's kind of a little gray area to the rule. But yeah, you cannot kick the ball if it's on the ground.
Wait. So is there a batting rule or is there not a batting rule?
It's an illegal kick. So the bat that he did.
There's not a bat rule. You can knock the ball backwards intentionally.
I guess you can't kick the ball.
Okay, so I guess my issue is the enforcement of the penalty. I mean, it doesn't matter, but the enforcement of the penalty is strange because why would that prevent somebody from kicking it out of bounds? It's like, well, yeah, again, if I had a choice whether, I'm going to either give up a touchdown or take a 10-yard penalty on the ensuing kickoff, I'm taking the 10-yard penalty every time. So if I'm LeVar Woods, I'm telling Dakin, attaboy, keep doing that every single time. I mean, I don't know. The rule doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but
it's one of those weird rules that you just don't see get called a whole lot because it just doesn't happen that often. So it's kind of one of those nuanced type rules. Sorry, I had a thought and I lost it.
261 rushing yards for Oregon. If anybody would have told me that Iowa would be minus 160 in the ground game, I'd have probably still told you it was crazy. Look, their top 3 running backs heading into this game were averaging 8.3 a carry. But you still don't expect Iowa to give up that type of number. But that's why I said it's reminiscent of Saquon Barkley 2017. I mean, he ran all over Bo Bauer and Cole
Jack
Fisher,
Campbell,
Josie Jewell. No,
that Jack Campbell. No, yeah, that was.
It was Josie Jewell. And yet Iowa was in that game up late, right? This is prototypical how Iowa wins the game, and that's why they scored that last touchdown to go up by 1. You're like, holy cow, they're going to pull this thing off. But
going back to that, this was my other thought I had written down is, and Corey, you have brought this up. is Iowa's 2-point plays. And so here's my one gripe, or I guess a gripe with this, is that every 2-point play that we've had, at least from what I can remember this year, they've been passes, and they have failed every single time. We have a dual threat quarterback. We have a good running back with a solid offensive line. Why not? I mean, we saw Mark walk into for a touchdown, even if that one guy didn't run into the Oregon guy didn't run into the defensive lineman. I think Mark would have still gotten in. He probably would have gotten tackled, but he would have been in probably, a couple yards. So it's befuddling to me that we have, these tools that we're really, really good at, but we don't utilize them when we need to utilize them. And it's maddening as an Iowa fan when it's, okay, we have a solid running back. We don't have a KJ like we did last year. We don't have that one home run hitter, but we got a stable of running backs that can really, make defense pay. And I thought Jazz Patterson needed more playing time. He looked, there's nothing against a Moulton or even Xavier Williams, but Patterson kind of was running pretty hard and was able to find the holes pretty well. I felt like he needed to see the field just a little more. And then, I think Mark had a really good bounce back. That first half, he looked like that Albany game where I think he was just too amped. And then he hit that long pass to Jacob Gill, which set up Iowa's touchdown. And then it looked like he settled into the game. And that last drive was maddening because it was run, pass, run, pass. And it was so predictable, but Iowa made it work. So, I mean,
well, I'll tell you what, and Naveed brings it up. Yeah, 2-point conversions are a problem. But, and I've been saying that, you're right, for a long time. But he takes too long. I'll just say this about Mark Gronowski. He takes too long to settle in. You can't take that long to settle in. That's just my opinion. It's taking too long. So I don't know why that is. Like I say, I seriously doubt he had that issue at South Dakota State. And is it upstairs? I would assume it is. Like you said, when you talk about
that one screen pass to Moulton was just
but doesn't that remind you of game 1 against Albany?
That's what I just said. It said that especially in that first half, he looked like Albany.
Right. And there's another game. I wish somebody could remind me which game it was. I remember thinking the same thing at least a time or two other than, and he wasn't great against Iowa State either. Like, he didn't really do anything against Iowa State except run the ball a ton. And, it was another close loss. So the 2-point conversions, man, I don't have an explanation for that. Don always talks about this because as an offensive coordinator, and he tells the story of Hayden Fry, asking him for a 2-point play, asking him for another one, then asking him for a third one. And eventually they needed another one. And Don said, I got none left. And Hayden said, well, find a darn another one, So, great offensive coordinators, they have plays specifically designed for 2-point conversion situations. And the fact that it doesn't appear like Iowa has a single good one, I don't get that, because I love Tim Lester, and he deserves a lot of credit for them climbing back into this game and driving the ball 90 plus yards to score the go-ahead touchdown. He deserves a lot of credit there.
No, that, and I said it a little bit ago, was just like, it was very predictable Iowa game of series where it's run first down, run second down, pass third down, but Iowa made it work. And I think the other thing is too, I think something that maybe gets lost in the muddle is, the offensive line, that especially when they were on that first third down, and the offensive line gave him a lot of protection, and then the safeties cheated up to see he might run for this, gave him that nice wide open receiver to, I think it was Ostrenga, or Orthworth, sorry. So yeah, always. So yeah, and it's just, so I think the offensive line played really well today. It's just, it sucks that we have an offense now that can actually come back and make this, I can take the lead in the game. And it's kind of the defense where it slips. And that pass that got by TJ Hall, it was a perfect pass. There was really, TJ Hall, if he would have maybe gotten his head around, he could have gotten a hand on it. But otherwise, that was a, perfectly placed ball.
I know people don't like to hear this in the moment, but, the comment here a minute ago from, well, this is earlier in the show, but Sam brings up, this will be a season of could have, would have, should have. And I bring up 2008. But man, Matt, you talked about a couple of plays making a difference. And here in this moment, I'm reflecting on today. The fumble by Caden Weegan down in the red zone. The 2-point conversion. whether even if it was, narrowly converted by Kamari Moulton, just the hair of a difference between, him getting the heels down, but the toes were out. Like, that's the slim margin there to at least send this game to overtime, because, a field goal would have sent it to overtime, even if they are able to get down there. Or it's the safety. Those plays stand out so vividly for tonight's loss. And then you look back at the Indiana game, right? You have the missed field goal, 13-13. Drew Stevens has been money. He misses a field goal from like 42 yards that he normally makes. Obviously, you have the deflected interception. Just a couple of plays that you point to, and you're like, wow, that made a huge difference.
The missed screen pass.
The missed screen pass by Hank Brown in that game. Or how about the not able to tackle the Indiana ball carrier at the end of the first half? And, oh, by the way, the end of first halves are a problem. Those continue.
That happened this time too. You brought it up. But yeah, I noticed that too. And it kind of goes back to Iowa's tackling and just the run game that Oregon was able to do. Now, it's not like we're talking about Oregon's run game as some, slacks, mid of the pack. They're a really good run team, and I think if you can check the box score on this, obviously Oregon had more rushing yards than Iowa, but I think Iowa had more passing yards than Oregon, which is kind of a weird thing to say. So, I know Oregon was out a lot, their top wide receiver, their top tight end, and then they had a wide receiver go out really early in the game, and
by the way, real quick, Iowa was also down their top tight end, but go ahead.
But we went without him all season. This was the top tight end. Because then you have a game plan where it's like, okay, we lost him at the start of the year. Now we can get in these other tight ends to get more familiarized with the system. You lose a tight end right before a game where it's like, okay, he's going to be a pretty decent threat. You lose him. Now you have to shoe in somebody else who maybe not see as many first team reps.
Sure. I'm just saying injuries are a part of the game.
Oh, yeah, but it matters when they happen, too.
I get it.
If you lose a guy at the start of the year, okay, you can get in a new guy, someone who's not familiarized, get him up, and by, the 10th game of the season, he's familiarized with the offense. He's had enough reps with the ones and the quarterback to where he knows the tendencies. You get a guy in there that's like, oh, day of practice, he injures himself. Now we have 2 days to prepare this guy to run with the ones and run with the one defense, too.
By the way, I didn't get done with my charade. Iowa State.
Oh, sorry.
Remember the deflected pass that just dropped in Ben Bramer's hands on third down? You guys remember that?
Yeah.
He doesn't have deflection. The game is Iowa probably beats Iowa State this year. Like, there are so many plays that you can point to and be like, wow, if that play didn't happen or if this play didn't happen, Iowa wins this game. And, I mean, you kind of say the same thing about the Penn State win, but there have been more plays that, unfortunately, have been L's. So anything else, Alex, before we let you play?
Well, I think this team is really good. It's the issues is with the mistakes. You talk about the fumble and then the two in a row of missed snaps, that led to 2 points, which how Oregon won by 2. We gave up 2 points in the safety. Obviously it could have been 6, but if you don't have that missed snap, it's a different ball game. So, I think Iowa's playoff chances aren't 0. I think there is like a very, very, it's like that slim. There's a lot.
It's no, real quick. It's okay. 0. Explain a scenario where it's not 0. No, I'm just telling you.
A lot of things have to happen, specifically in the SEC. A lot of teams, they have to cannibalize themselves in the SEC. You got to get a lot of 3 losses and potentially 4. It's incredibly improbable, but I don't think it's 0. But I don't think it'll happen. And I don't know. Maybe I'm holding on to hope. Don't kill the hope, Corey. Don't kill the hope.
I'm sorry. The Iowa killed the hope for you, Alex. So I'm just saying, Oregon killed the hope. We'll stick with that. So
I still think this could be. I mean, if Iowa beats USC and Michigan State and Nebraska, it's still a really good season. Obviously, here's a good question. So last year, when Iowa had a very favorable schedule outside of the Ohio State game, where it's like, hey, this team's a playoff team, and we went, 8-5. Would we look at this year if we go 9-3? Is that, or even 8-4? Is it a successful season based on how the start of the year looked? Like you saw Penn State, you saw Oregon, you saw on the road at USC, even Nebraska. Obviously, Dylan Raiola hurt. That was a tough one as well. Iowa State. Would you think that even 8-4 is a successful season?
Not in my opinion. I'm not. I mean, I've tried to move on from being a traditionalist because of the expanded playoffs. So, in my opinion, not that it's a total failure, but if you don't make the playoff in this day and age of college football and you're in one of the two big conferences, I don't consider that a success. But there's also like maybe 4 teams from the Big Ten that will make it this year. That means 14 won't. So, Matt, you answer that. You may totally disagree with that. Is 8-4 success in your opinion?
I wouldn't be in anybody's opinion. Everyone's trying to make the playoffs. Everyone's trying to win. But at the same time, it's fun. I clicked over and read some of these comments, and some of the old boys and girls on the thread are like, we don't remember this pre-Fry, or even summer Fry years. When Iowa goes 8-4, we go 9-3, and we're complaining about that. You got to look the last half full. I agree. Yes, I don't agree that a successful win, and I hate having the conversation of woulda, shoulda, coulda, because that's any team in the nation can have that same argument. But yeah, man, I agree. I mean, I wanted the chance to get a taste of it, and we still had it on the table, and didn't get it done. I would love to just put games away, when we feel like we have it. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Alex, anything else?
Have a good night, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. All right. We are awaiting Coach Don Patterson, who will be with us shortly. Blake, thank you for the super chat. What about no PI on Phillips? Yeah, he's held. He says if he doesn't get held, maybe it's a touchdown. Should have been holding. I don't know that it should have been pass interference, but regardless, there was no penalty called. When was that? Matt, you remember the play we're talking about?
Yeah. Second to last drive, or?
No, that was second quarter.
Oh, really?
Phillips clearly held on the sideline, and Iowa has to punt with 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter. So that was clearly
there was a few. I mean, there was a couple calls. Even I know Anger was losing his mind on the air about them blowing that ball dead on Weegan. Obviously Caden stopped too. Like, he wasn't actively pursuing that ball when it was between his legs. He kind of just
wait, hold on a second. What do you
I'm
mean?
going back to some ref calls it seemed to me on the fumble, the Weegan fumble, that they blew the ball dead because our 5 guys were just standing around him, and Weegan didn't really actively pursue that ball with his hands when it was between his legs. He stopped, which is very odd because obviously the ball was out and it was a fumble. I mean, no one can dispute that. But then he stopped kind of when the dude grabbed it between his legs, the big D lineman number 1 or whatever his number was, he kind of stopped. And then obviously replay showed, they definitely recovered the ball. So, it's kind of frustrating.
Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. I want to try to get you to explain what you're talking about. Okay, even if it was blown dead, you can still go to replay and review whether it was a fumble, and then the officials have to determine was there a clear recovery. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out, what difference does it make if Iowa thought it was blown dead?
I think the timing of events, like the whistle blew, so Weegan thought they had claimed the ball in his possession was between his legs. He stopped. Whistle was blown.
Was that what they initially ruled? Was that the ball was in his possession between his legs?
That wasn't said, but the rule was they called him down on the field. But clearly the ball was out. Like, once you go to the replay, the ball was out. I think people are frustrated with, and I think Pat was frustrated too on the air, was it just looked from the bird's eye view that the Iowa players kind of stopped, and wrong. They are taught to go till the ball is in your possession, and we need to clearly possess that ball. But something just was funky. I'm not saying right or wrong, but something was funky in that whole play of events. It just seemed like Weegan didn't fight for that ball enough either, which was really odd. So it leads me to believe that the whistle was blown. But obviously you go to replay, you don't always hear those in that sequence. So it's interesting that that happened.
I guess what I'm thinking of is if there's any fumble and the whistle whistles get blown before they make a ruling as to who recovered it, right?
Sure. Yeah, no, I hear you saying.
Like, if there's a pile, the whistles are blown, the play is dead, but then they're still pulling guys off to see who has the ball. So I get what you're saying, and I get the frustration, but he clearly fumbled. We can all agree on that. And then I don't personally, like if I kept putting myself in the position of an Oregon fan watching it, I would have been furious if they let Caden Weegan have possession between his feet. Like that just, I don't know what the rules state on possession. Does it have to be with your hands / arms? I don't know. We've seen guys make catches with, their legs, or they pin it on their helmet, so it's not two hands. I mean, one-handed catches, but that's such a weird situation. And I just knew that was going to be called that way when you're watching it. Were you there at that point? Was that third quarter?
That was right when I was pulling into my driveway, so I was listening to it, and then I ran inside and kind of see the whole thing play out. And it was just all I'm saying, it was just funky looking because we had 4 linemen kind of standing around 2, which normally isn't the case. I don't know. I mean, not good play on our part. I mean, we should be diving on that pile, like you said, whoever ends up with the ball in that situation, and they clearly recovered it, so they got the ball, and that changes the game when we're on the 12, or what were we on, 12 or 14-yard line?
Yeah,
that's 3 points or a possible touchdown the way we were driving. So yeah, it's crazy. As good as Caden is, a couple plays in this game, unfortunately didn't go his way. So tough deal.
Where was the comment? BJ. We'll come back to Tragus's comment. This is an interesting comment. All 3 losses, what do they have in common? Caden Weegan makes 0 plays for us. So I don't think anybody's blaming Caden Weegan, but the reality is he's one of their 3 best players on the team right now. I mean, it's hard to grade offensive players and their value versus defensive players, special teams, but like
playmaker ability, yeah, he might be number 1.
They're using him. They're either putting him in motion, giving him the ball, taking deep shots. They're doing a lot with him. So that tells you that they believe he's one of their best players. And against Iowa State, maybe had the worst game of his career. Really struggled in Ames. They lose. Tonight, crucial fumble down in the red zone. He doesn't get any return action on special teams. They lose. Indiana, he would have been quiet as well. I don't really remember much from him in that game. So, yeah, it's you want your best players to make plays, and so there probably is a correlation there.
And I know people hate to hear it, but in our scheme, if Caden can get a 20 or 30-yard punt return or kickoff return, that flips the field for us. With our punting game, normally is good. We don't have snapping issues. When we can flip the field and pin them inside the 10, it makes a big difference. So yeah, was it BJ? He's absolutely right. Like when we don't get a big return or we don't have a pretty big play on special teams, that changes a few minutes of a game for us, as in regard to them starting deep in their territory or not, and going against our defense and trying to drive 90 yards. That makes a difference in our game. So, and that could be as much as not having time at the end of the game. You know what I mean? So Caden, yeah, not having a couple big plays. It's all connected, man. That's the beauty of the sport. But yeah, he's definitely onto something when we don't get some big special teams plays or we don't get turnovers in our favor. That changes the game.
Tragus 44 with the super chat. Iowa played a top 10 team that had a great offensive and defensive line. Despite this, the game came down to one heck of a pass at the end of the game. If that pass is dropped, Iowa wins. Very true. Very slim margins. And Blake, if Iowa beat Oregon, I'd put $2. I put money lost to USC or Nebraska. So yeah, we don't know what again, and they could go lose and we'd still not know because circumstances are different. And I don't know what's going to happen next week. Game at Nebraska is going to be tough. And hey, Michigan State has tested some people this year. Now they've not been very good. Did they play today, Matt? I think they had a bye.
I didn't hear. I didn't think they did either.
Yeah, they were 0-6 heading into the week, but very true, Blake. And then Drew, thank you for the super chat as well. Just tuned in. Does the towel toss matter on the 2-point play? What is the towel toss?
I don't know. It's in another comment. Someone threw something. Did one of our players throw something at one of theirs? I don't know. I have no idea, but I don't think it affected the play in that regard.
Drew, put that on hold. We'll come back. I'm going to write down in my notes, towel toss. So I didn't notice a towel toss, but yeah, we'll see if we can come back to that. And then DC Hawkeye, thank you for the super chat. Iowa needs to play Iowa State later in the season. Iowa is a team that starts very slow and doesn't start rolling until November. Wouldn't be nice to have the Iowa State loss back at this point? Iowa State killed the 2002 season too. Well, yeah. Obviously 2002 they recovered. If they were in the 12-team playoff era, they would have made that 12-team playoff in 2002. So, again, lots of ifs, a lot of buts. But appreciate the super chat, DC Hawkeye, and I wouldn't be opposed to that game being played late in the year. It would certainly change that game totally. I mean, think about it. The difference between had Iowa and Iowa State played today in Ames in early November versus early September, we're talking the difference between 80 degrees and 30 degrees and snow on the ground. So definitely would make things interesting. Or if they played them the tail end of the season during rivalry week, it could be really cold and really bad. So Matt, you have time for another call or two?
Sure thing. My family's out of the house, man. They went to Wizard of Oz at Solon High School, so I got a night to myself.
What a way to celebrate a loss!
I know, right? Get their mind off something. My wife's a bigger fan than me sometimes, so I'm sure she needs something to decompress.
The good news is your kids don't take it as hard as they will in a few years. So, they can
right.
watch the Wizard of Oz, whereas some of us we got to lament about it for several hours. All right,
we need a song.
Our next caller, let's welcome in HawkeyeReport.com's Tom Kakert, who is live from Kinnick Stadium. Tom, welcome.
Good to see you, Matt. Hey,
yeah, it's been a while, Tom. Been a while.
I know. Anger was wearing a Kroul Farms hat today. I just wanted to let you know.
He's been repping the last 3 games, but I think we ran out of luck tonight. But
I know.
I thought I would wear it for him.
Tom, thank you for being here. I know it's all 3 of these losses this year. You talk to Kirk Ferentz, and the margins are so slim. So I guess give us an overall an idea for the overall tenor from Kirk, and where did he feel? We know where the fans felt this game went awry. Where did he feel it went bad?
Yeah, it was just all in the margins. The little things matter. The snaps by the punter, the missed tackles, those sorts of things. Xavier Wampa brought up the missed tackles and just felt like they didn't tackle very well tonight, and that hurt him, in the run game in particular. But Kirk he talked about the margins. The other thing he talked about, and Matt can speak to this too, is the 24-hour rule and just how you get your team back on its feet after a loss like this, and you rely on the leadership and the team leadership. Mark Gronowski talked about that too. It's just you got to grieve it for 24, watch the film, and then you just got to get back on your feet again and move forward. Otherwise, you'll let this team beat you twice, and that's what you got to avoid going out to SoCal next week for USC. Is you got to get back on your feet, because you don't want to lose again and look back and think, boy, we could have won that game if we wouldn't have let this thing linger.
Matt, let me piggyback off of that comment, because Kirk's going to take a strong approach to the 24-hour rule and flushing this one. Do you believe this could be a harder task for Kirk Ferentz, given the fact that the players are not dumb and they realize that 3 losses basically eliminates them from the national conversation? Could that be a tougher task, especially on a sort of a short week, even though they play next Saturday? It's a trip to Cali. You think that might be harder this week?
I mean, it's definitely a hurdle. I think it's definitely going to be harder, but at the same time, that's why Coach has been around for 27 years. Like, this is what he's good at, and so what he's able to do is flip these guys, and that's always been his mantra that Tom was saying, 24-hour rule. Learn from your mistakes, get pissed off, move on to the next team. And, it's a tougher task because we're traveling west and going to USC, obviously, but I think that's why Coach is good at what he does. He can get these guys still with the right mindset, even them knowing that the playoffs out of contention, they're still going to put a good foot forward. I know they will. So there's a lot of tough guys on this team too, and I think we do have some leadership that's been in this program for a while that understand what it takes. So I think that's it's always been Iowa way, and I think it'll be just fine. But yeah, that's one thing coaches always preach: the 24-hour rule, and don't listen to the outside noise, and stick to what we do. And unfortunately tonight we didn't stick to tackling as well as we normally do, and they gained some extra yards at times, and that's tough. But they're a good team for sure.
Hey, Matt, there was something that Kirk brought up that I think you're uniquely qualified to speak on, and that's because he talked about your team. I brought this up because I thought that this team reminds me a lot of that '08 team, where they might have had a couple losses early, but kept getting better, kept getting better. You were part of that. Do you feel like there's that ample, that kind of that comparison to the 2008 team in the way that this team is kind of this team doesn't have a Sean Green, obviously,
Yeah.
but just the way it started to develop and come together and play better football as the season went on.
First off, I don't know if I'm uniquely qualified to answer anything, but that's a good
Well,
statement.
you're part of the team.
I know. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, gosh, their season's a little bit different, man. I mean, they played some big opponents, and to lose by that sum of margin, early on we lost a lot of games, then won 8 straight. And this team's kind of, hey, we're here. We almost get Indiana. 2 plays in Indiana, we're there. Iowa State game is always that stupid Iowa State game where it's tough to play over in Ames. I never won over there. It's not something that I'm proud of. But yeah, I mean, I think he sees it, and you hear little things. Knowing Coach for a long time, you hear him say little things that kind of remind you of certain groups and certain teams, and he's really good at that. It's kind of reliving history, so to speak, and that I know that draws connections in his mind. So I think he sees the leadership in this group. I would like to think that we had that same leadership in '08 with some of the seniors we had on that team. Myers, Bergerman, Mitch, myself, all those guys, McGrath on special teams. A lot of senior leadership, or a lot of junior senior leadership that stepped up to kind of right the ship and be like, hey, boys, we're not in playoff contention, but still, hey, we got a chance to win 9 games, possibly 10. Like, that's a 10-win season's a big deal. So still a lot to play for. These guys are all competitors, and I'm sure we'll be fine, and we'll see how they do.
And Tom, I brought this up at the beginning of this show. I brought up 2008, not necessarily for the, because of the flow of how that season transpired, but because the number 12 is burned into my brain. 4 losses by a total of 12 points. And that's very similar to what just the numbers say to this year.
10. Yeah, 10 points this year.
So far. Yeah. We'll see if they lose if they will lose another one by 2, then they'll have matched 2008. I mean, and they lost tonight by 2, so that's possible. I mean,
I gotta have the audio because I gotta clean this area.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
They're kicking me out of the room here.
He's talking to, Tom. Does he know who he's talking to?
I know. They're kicking me out.
No, it's very confusing.
I'm on a feed right now.
Okay, cool. It's right on. I can find a spot here. Not down this way, down that way, please.
Yeah, they're kicking me out of the room. So
it's okay.
That's okay. We'll go out here.
Okay.
Try to get a little privacy.
I need to get up in the press box when it's 30 degrees and rainy, though. I need your seats, man.
He didn't care that we're doing a live feed here. He was getting me out of there. So no, that's cool.
All right, Tom, I guess first of all, can you address? Do you know in moment where I'm not on social media, so people keep bringing up towel throwing? What is this?
I don't have any idea.
Okay, that's been brought up.
Someone said during the 2-point in one of these comments, the receiver, like during the play, threw it at our receiver's face to like hinder him from catching the ball. I need to rewind.
I don't know. I saw totally not with this thing, but last night I was at the Iowa basketball game and I saw a highlight on Twitter of Maryland guy who lost his shoe and he threw his shoe at the ball.
Perfect. Why not?
Of a guy that was dribbling, of the opposing guy that was dribbling the ball, trying to knock the ball out of his hands with his shoe. That I don't know that he got penalized for that either, but I haven't. I'll have to see this towel throwing thing. I don't know.
Yeah, you both were at the game. Well, I guess Matt, you were back home at that point, right? But I'll have to go back and look at the replay.
Yeah, I gotta watch it because I'm curious now too. But
that's really strange. Tom, I know this is not the first time this year we've talked about 2-point plays, but was that brought up in the post game?
Yeah, they ran. Kirk talked about it. I think it was Kirk. No, it was Gronowski talked about it. He said that when they're in those 2-point plays or kind of goal line-ish plays, they'll run like a picket fence thing. Oregon does defensively, And so they had some things designed to work, and they were trying to get it to Caden, and they thought they had him, and obviously they didn't, and kind of bounced off and saw what you saw.
Who was it designed for? Large?
No, it was supposed to go to Weege.
Okay, it was supposed to go to Weege.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they had something where they were going to kind of post him up there and zip it to him, and just didn't work.
And then as far as the snapping issues, I mean, I don't know.
I asked about that too.
Yeah.
Kirk said he didn't ask about it, which I thought was interesting that he didn't ask about it. But I said, well, was it just a wet ball? And he said, I assume so. It was just a wet ball, and it got better after that. They got it fixed. So, but it cost them 2 points.
And so on the CBS broadcast, Tom, they kept zoning in on Bryant Whirl. I know he was the guy down the stretch. Was he snapping all punts?
That's what I understand. Yeah, he was.
So I guess I'm not zeroing in on the long snappers, but earlier in the year, Ike Speltz was doing punts. So what happened?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. That I don't know. That'll be something we'll have to ask about on Tuesday, because Ike was doing it on early in the year because they thought he could get down the field quicker. He just had a little more speed, and they need that guy that snapper to be able to get down the field.
Yeah, that was I brought that up earlier too, because I mean, when you see Whirl out there, I'm like, well, Speltz, my understanding, like, okay, I didn't know that intricacy to it, that it was partly because they wanted him to get down the field faster, but they've run both guys, but Whirl's been the guy on field goals, and it's not like he's been good on field goals. He's had some spotty moments.
He's had some, yeah.
And that was not a great. It was not a great exchange, snap, hold on the 58-yard field goal from Drew Stevens, which, by the way, we need to give some credit there. It's a school record 58-yard field goal for Drew Stevens, and you can see a lot of emotion from him when he made that field goal, which got Iowa back in the game, Tom. That was a huge moment. Had they won this game, we'd be looking back at that field goal as a massive change in momentum.
Yeah, it was a big kick for Iowa and for Drew, because and he talked to him after the game, and he appreciated that Kirk had the confidence in him to run him out there after the Penn State thing. You know, a deep kick. You just wonder if the coach has confidence, and he does. And he went out there and did a terrific job. And Drew was, you know, obviously disappointed as a teammate that they didn't win, but he was pleased that he had a good performance today and made that kick.
I'm trying to figure out what this comment means. Jayhawk says throwing the ball on 3rd and goal basically lost us the game. What does that mean?
Am I missing scored on the next play?
They scored on the very next play. So unless I'm missing something, maybe he's implying that they gave away what should have been their 2-point play 2 plays later. I have no idea.
Maybe time. Did we stop the clock? Incomplete pass.
So it was an incomplete pass. Yeah. What's the difference? I don't know what happened. That was an odd series of events, guys. The coming out of a timeout, and nobody seems to know what the play is. Like, nobody went out on the jump pass. It's like
it looked like it looked like somebody. It was going to be a jump pass, and it looked like somebody. I don't know. Maybe somebody got held. I don't know. It's weird. It
was awkward because no one was getting held up either. They were noticeably blocking. So
yes, I know.
I'm not sure.
It was weird.
I got a couple plays review. We need the flag throwing at the face, and we need to review that play. Yeah, the towel throwing. But yeah, very funky out of a timeout too, Corey, like you said. But very strange. I'm sure you guys can get to the bottom of it.
I actually think Tim Lester was really good. I just the 2-point play stuff, that they just got to figure that out. It's just, I know that you're judged on one play here or there, but they have been notoriously bad with 2-point plays for a long time, not just during the Tim era. He's been here less than 2 seasons, but man, woulda, shoulda, coulda, right? You make that 2-point play, and I'm trying to think, was there any officiating questions brought up to Kirk, Tom? There were several kind of weird situations tonight.
Not really.
Apparently, Pat Anger was upset because it sounds like he understood that the officials blew the play dead where Weegan had the ball clamps between his feet, between his legs. And so the Iowa players stopped playing, which they shouldn't have. But that's something Matt brought up. He's listening to the broadcast at that point. But I'm guessing that wasn't addressed either. It was a clear fumble and recovery by Oregon.
Yeah, it was the right call.
Yeah,
it was the right call.
All right, folks. Tom Kakert of HawkeyeReport.com. Tom, I'm assuming people can log over there and probably already get post-game coverage. What else do you have in the hopper this week?
Yeah, we got plenty of stuff. Just, our usual grades from Pro Football Focus will be out tomorrow, and some more analysis and, podcasts and all that other stuff. So we have a lot of stuff coming yet tonight and tomorrow and Monday and on and on and on.
And you got your Twitter account back, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm back.
Twitter just gave it back to you, or how did that?
I had someday I'll write a book about how I had the hoops I had to jump through to get my Twitter account back. But,
you did it. You did it though.
It took a minor miracle.
Yeah. So it's good to have you back on the most wonderful place on earth, right?
Yeah. I'll be so glad when I don't have to be on there anymore.
Once you retire from what you do, Tom, we'll never hear from you again.
That is exactly correct. I'll go hang out at Kroul Farms is what I'll do.
That's right.
You don't want to do that. Don't do that.
Matt, you're not on Twitter at all, are you, Matt?
Me?
Yeah.
No, my wife hates it. I need to be more active on all my social media, Corey, but I'll get there. I'll get there.
All right. Tom Kakert, HawkeyeReport.com. Tom, always a pleasure.
Right. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon. Good to see you, Matt.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Good stuff. Before we move on, and I promise we'd hit another caller or two before we let Matt slide. I know we kind of went a little long with Tom. We should have Coach Patterson any moment. I was a little bit nervous about Coach Patterson because that weather, what was it like there? Was it really bad? Like, just, you said your kid was having a fit by halftime, but like, what was being out there in the pouring rain? And it had to have been pretty cold and breezy.
The wind wasn't that bad, luckily. I mean, if there was more windy, it would be a little more worse off. But it was just constant. It was just annoying enough, hard enough rain that it was just, we were wearing 4 layers and had a poncho, and it was still soaking through most of those layers. So, but it wasn't bad. I mean, I think playing in it wouldn't be that difficult just with the ball conditions at times. But a lot of fans stuck it out, and obviously we had one offsides penalty early in the game. We can take credit for that as a fan base, but people were excited. People were definitely excited and holding true, and a lot of people were out there tailgating. So normal Hawk fans, man, always the best. And I'm sure all these guys won it just about as them. So
I'm looking for the final penalty numbers, and I don't think
they had 1 of 10.
They had 1.
We did.
Okay. I was going to say
the batting.
Oh, that's right. Okay. That's weird because CBS showed a graphic late and it said 0. I know it said 0.
Yeah.
But you're right. That was a penalty. Ben, you're sure it was enforced?
I'm pretty positive because he kicked from like the 20 or 25. He wasn't at the normal, 30.
Well, it's a safety. Is it different for a safety?
Good question. That's why I'm not being completely, but to kick off that far back, I think it was clearly enforced on the ensuing kickoff. So, and he kicked it. So I don't know. But yeah, right, they had 5 of 57. So, altogether, a pretty clean game, but
yeah. And I said going into this game, I thought critical downs were going to be huge just because of how aggressive Oregon is. In fact, I thought Oregon was extremely aggressive on that last drive and throwing to the end zone. But that's just what they do. And you're hoping Iowa could maybe get a pick in that situation, or maybe it cost them. They didn't bother trying to center the ball in the field. They kicked from the left hash, and obviously it didn't make a difference. But if you had told me heading into this game that Iowa would basically be even on first downs, I'd have said, great. If you'd have told me they would beat them in passing yards, great. That would have shocked me, frankly. But then, the numbers that hurt Iowa, turnovers certainly hurt Iowa. And
even time possession, obviously rush yards, but time possession, we win time possession. If you would have said that too, that's our game. But fumbles lost hurt us, and rushing yards hurt us. and to some kicker named Atticus that made some field goals, man. So he made some good kicks.
Am I wrong in saying it seems like Iowa opponents, they make all their kicks?
They haven't missed many, man, if any. Yeah.
Conrady for Iowa State suck it up against other teams. Like, he's not that good. He made that 65-yarder against North Dakota, and he's burned Iowa twice. And then I see him spray kicks into Norwalk. And
I know. Can we get one, man?
I don't get it, why these guys have ice in their veins against Iowa, but it is what it is. So before we move to our next caller, if you missed, we talked about this here a little bit ago. The reason Matt is here is because we're on a special campaign promoting Farms of America, which is produced by Reagan and Massey. And one thing that I didn't get a chance to ask you to this point, Matt, this story is all about these stories behind the farming industry and the struggles that the pressures and struggles that farmers and these operations are under. Can you talk a little bit about what pressures is Kroul Farms under, and how do you guys deal with pressures that are against farmers in the 21st century?
I think certain pressures are just commodity markets and the larger picture of world food, I guess, if you want to put it that broad. And we're in our realm in Kroul Farms, we're trying to control our margins, we're trying to sell directly to the consumer. And a lot of these farmers their whole revenue is based off large scale markets or the commodity markets in grains, corn and soybeans, especially in Iowa. So their whole pocketbook is dictated by what those large commodity markets do it and how well you can market your grain. And I think Reagan and Massey does a good job of explaining that too. That's a normal citizen might not know. And I think, some of the struggles we're going to face as farmers moving forward is just, loss of ag land. Even our farm being 15, 20 minutes away from Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, there is a large population, and people are buying land or investors are buying land and, at certain rates or prices that farmers, in 420 corn or $10 soybeans, what we sell our product for, a large portion of farmers in Iowa sell their product for. It's tough to make it even. It's tough to break even on certain years like this. So, I'm not here to bellyache that farmers have it rough, but some struggles are just, world commodity markets. And then, I guess just, population growth, and as far as how much food we can produce off certain acres, those acres get less and less. And family farms, there's a lot of stats out there, how many family farms we're losing a year. And that's going to be a big shift over the next 10 to 15 years, as well as the average age of farmer, I think, is 59 or 60. How are we transitioning those farms? How are we transitioning, or where are those acres transitioning that we're producing food on, is a huge concern for a lot of people, and especially in a state like Iowa, all these Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska, how this land gets transitions over the next 10 to 15 years will have a great effect on how we eat as a country, how much our food costs as a country, and fuel and fiber and all those things that come along in the ag world. So hope that answered your question. I didn't really talk about Kroul Farms per se, but, we diversified in certain areas to try and control the cost of our product, if that makes sense, and to, interact with customers as much as we can to sell our product directly to them rather than kind of be at the mercy of some of these larger commodity markets. So that's one thing the show does great. It explains it in a, pretty not simple terms, but in terms people I think can understand. And that's just, how we're trying to portray farmers in everything. It's not just commodity markets that Iowa is putting up with. It's where we get anything that's on our table, is a big deal. So yeah, take a look at it and we'll see how these next 10 to 15 years go. And that's going to dictate a lot of how the agriculture in Iowa, goes into the future.
What do you hope viewers get out of watching you and watching your family and just viewing this whole series?
Yeah. And I think in a world where we think, we can type something on the internet and be educated on it, we all can do that. But I think it's just, don't be afraid to ask a farmer a question, and hopefully farmers come forward and are just honest. We're all trying to leave this land in a better place. And, sometimes farmers get a bad rap when you're talking spraying and herbicides and everything that we do to try and produce food efficiently as we can. sometimes gets a bad rap. So I think that's just, part of the show is don't be afraid to go visit a farm or talk to a farmer. And I hope those, farmers are open books and kind of explain to you what we're trying to do. So I think that's what I would like for people to gain from the show.
Watch Farms of America on Reagan and Massey's YouTube channel. It's absolutely free, and it's just a joy to watch. Not only the story of Kroul Farms, but also all the different types of farms across the country, and more episodes coming. So definitely stay tuned. Of course, Reagan and Massey making this possible along with Media Stash, and it's presented by RM43 Serious Weed Control. So just learn about how, farms are adapting to the changing landscape and what the future and the future farming generation has at its doorstep to try to confront. So again, go over to Reagan and Massey's YouTube channel. It's linked in our description. Okay, we're going to finish up our segment with Matt Kroul after a short break, and we'll be back with Matt and Don as we continue to recap Iowa's 18-16 loss over the Ducks. We'll be right back.
Over the past year, we traveled the country visiting American farms, and something great came of it. All because Reagan and Massey gave farmers a platform to share the history, the business, and the people that together have created their farm's identity. This project has uncovered the reality of what many farms in the country have to go through, and it's been long overdue. With our country losing an average of 28,000 farms a year, what better of a time to tell the stories than now? So we'd like to thank you for joining us on our travels and inviting these farmers into your living room, just as they have done for us.
Show also brought to you by Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team. Be sure you call Brad first thing Monday morning to get a great quote on insurance, whether we're talking auto, homeowners, life, motorcycle, boat, whatever the case may be. See how Brad and company can help you save money. His team, bunch of Hawkeye fans down there in Des Moines, or you can visit him in person if you live in the area, 4229 Fleur Drive. His website, bradvanmeter.com. That's www.bradvanmeter.com. You can also call them 515-256-6480. Also, get your orders into Iowa Smokehouse. You'll save 15% off your total order with the code Hawkeyes. Again, 15% off your order of their jerky, their meat sticks, their salsas, their barbecue sauces. It's all delicious, and it goes great with football. And how about hoops? Hawkeye Hoops is back along with Hawkeye Wrestling. All of it's great. Make sure you have your snacks ready for game day with Iowa Smokehouse. Tasting is believing. See how that's the case by using that code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com. 15% off your order. You spend $50, you'll get free shipping. Again, use that code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com. All right, folks, we are back with myself, Coach Don Patterson, and Matt Kroul. Don, welcome.
Good to be with you guys. I'm sorry it took me a while, but here's a shocker. No one left early. So it was hard to get out of there.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you navigating the post-game traffic and getting here after a very, very emotional, disappointing loss. And we're going to let Matt slide here in a minute, but I wanted to make sure that we at least got you on here before we did that. Don, I think that the consensus, the commonalities here with our callers and our comments in the chat is just feels like a lot of missed opportunities with these three losses. And it's safe to say now, I believe it's very safe to say they're out of the playoff race at 6-3, even if they were to win out. And it's just hard because every one of these losses has a player or two that you can pinpoint and say, boy, that cost us the game or that cost us the game. And tonight, you could argue it was the 2-point conversion failed. It was the fumble by Caden Weegan down in Oregon's red zone. There's several plays you can pinpoint. Where do you believe this game was lost?
Well, there was another 2-point play that's worth discussing. It wasn't after a touchdown.
Right.
It was a high snap. That set us on a bad path because those 2 points, you can point to that as being the difference in the game.
Yeah, so how do you – I guess let me ask you this, Don. You weren't a special teams coach, but what do you say about this LeVar Woods special teams unit? Because they have been phenomenal throughout his tenure as the STC, but with the exception being the best returner in all of college football, place kicking has been up and down, punting has been up and down. They've had some major gaffes that have cost them points directly. Would you give this special teams unit a passing grade 9 games in?
Well, a lot of games, of course, we were outstanding. Just yesterday at the luncheon, Garden Club luncheon, I said, I wish I knew more about Oregon's kicking game. I do not. But it would not be hard for me to wager my money clip. I have my money clip in my hand. I slapped it on the table. I said, without really hesitating very long, I would bet that we'll find a way to win the kicking game. I would say that against anybody we play. But truthfully, you have to give the edge to them because their guy went through 3 kicks, he hit them all, and they ended up being the difference in the game.
All right, let's go to...
Not to mention the high snap.
Yes. Let's go to our next Iowa Smokehouse caller before we let you slide, Matt. We've got Vincent on the line. Vincent, thanks for hanging tough.
Oh, hey, gentlemen. How we doing this evening? Well, regardless of the loss, how's everybody doing?
We're doing okay.
Good. Doing well.
One thing I just wanted to ask Matt, I know he's going to duck off here shortly. As you're watching this game, I know Oregon was averaging just a smidge over 7 yards a carry. As you're watching our defensive line execute, do you think it was more of just the D-line maybe not being gap sound? Was it something different, or just what did you see?
It's tough. Like I said, I almost prefer watching games on TV. I can see a lot more of the line play from the end zone views and things. But, there's a couple times they had some big boys. I don't know what they average up front, but looking at them in person from 50 yards away, they look like they average about 325. And, we're not huge, in the middle with Graves and 91. I'm slipping his name. But,
Pace.
Yeah, and that's tough for Pace. Pace is more not a finesse player. Like, don't be tackle as a finesse player, but he plays a little more speed, a little more, kind of quick twitch, and then some of those big boys getting our way and we're not getting hands on that running back to at least slow them up, and like I mentioned earlier in the podcast, and they're getting to our linebackers and those dudes can run through arm tackles. So I think it was multiple things. It was, us maybe not getting off blocks because those guys are pretty good up front and, they've got good running backs. So, like I said, if we're not swarming with 2 or 3 guys to the ball and making some gang tackles, it's a difference in the game. But, I'm never going to talk poorly of a D line, but you got to get off blocks and or take 2 to keep them off our linebackers. So, it's tough for me to totally break it down without seeing some of the film on the end zone view and things like that. But yeah, they got good players, man. I mean, they're, like I said, they're 8-1. Top 5 team maybe now, that's a good team. So,
yeah, it just seemed like from a viewer's perspective, they just had some really open lanes, and I'm sure it's just blocked or schemed well, for these guys to get open. But I'm like, man, are we not staying gap sound? Is it more of a we're running a stunt and we're out of position? I couldn't tell. And you being a D lineman, I'm like, I'm just going to ask Matt. But 2 things real quick, guys. I know the towel question was brought up, and then Corey, you also had a question about passing on 3rd and goal cost us the game, right?
Somebody said that. Yeah.
So I think this is to my recollection, the play with the towel and the 2-point conversion. At least my understanding is when Gronowski was trying to throw that, one of the Oregon players wasn't able to get to him, so he threw his towel up in his direction to try to block. or like distract the pass. That's my understanding. Now I could be wrong. I haven't rewatched it because I kind of hopped on here to get on hold, but that's my understanding is what happened is a towel was thrown while he was trying to make the pass to try to cause a distraction. And then the second thing, the comment on passing on 3rd and goal, I'm thinking what he's referencing is I think we had the ball 3rd and goal, obviously, or inside the 5, but it was around 2 minutes. And I think his thought process is if we would have ran it, it would have forced Oregon to either take a timeout or we would have had a running clock. But again, that's far fetched. I think that's maybe.
That's a ridiculous premise. That's just such a ridiculous premise.
Just a guess. Just a guess.
Real quick, he wanted them to run, but not get in. So we have 4th down and we have to get in at that point.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't.
Well, that is somebody. If that's what that individual meant, that is someone who doesn't really understand football.
Right.
With all due respect, that's just a ridiculous premise. So, on the 2-point conversion, you're saying someone threw the ball or the towel toward Kamari Moulton?
No. Threw it towards Gronowski. Like he's trying to, he's throwing a towel up to try to either make an object there as he's trying to pass it to I don't know. That was my perception. A towel was thrown while he's trying to make the pass, and then to either distract him or throw him off, or that was my perception of it. Just to throw that out there.
I don't know what the rule is, but man, Don, I'll throw this one to you. If there was a towel thrown at a moving quarterback who's trying to make a play in the backfield, at a minimum, I would think the officials could call just a general unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
That's what comments were saying, yeah.
So, Don, if that happened.
Honestly, in 37 years of coaching, I've never seen a play of that nature. So I don't know. But like you say, logical interpretation would be what you just said.
Yeah.
Well, I got to go back and watch it to make sure that that's what it was, because I watched it in real time, but I was too busy after the fact trying to see if Kamari had his feet in bounds, which they probably weren't. But I'm going to go back and rewatch it, because if that's the case, I know there weren't many questions about calls or missed calls, but that might be a topic of conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like that either. So, fascinating nonetheless.
Other thing I just want to touch on is a lot of things were already kind of touched on, but I'm watching the comments, and I know it's just comments, but the hate on Gronowski, the hate on Iowa losing these close games, frankly, I'm tired of it. Like, I get tired of seeing those comments, because we have an ultra competitive team, and even though we lose these close games, that's just football. Like, that's the bounce of the ball sometimes. But to continually hate on Gronowski, because what did we have before, or what did we have before we had Mark? We had the Wisconsin, I can't think of his name, the Wisconsin transfer before that. Who is that?
Deacon Hill.
Deacon Hill. Yep. Deacon Hill.
Brent Sullivan briefly. Cade McNamara was in there.
Well, to me, it's complete nonsense that's our take is Gronowski's garbage, or we've taken Gronowski. One of the comments is we've taken him and we've tanked him. He's provided us so much when it comes to our offense. Is he the most accurate passer? No. Does he always make the best passes or the most crisp spirals? No. But the dynamic that he's added with his legs, you can't buy that. Like, it's just I'm tired of seeing that, to be frank, and I hope people stop doing that. I just, one of those things that just kind of burns me.
By the way, Charles here in the chat says the towel was thrown at the receiver. So I don't know what to believe.
Oh, the receiver.
Go back and watch it again.
Yeah, I gotta watch that one. I'm not going to stay on here too long, guys. As always, the only other question I had, I know Don and Matt are on, and Corey, you always kind of do a little bit of self-eval. I know you kind of said that you were, or you liked Lester's game plan. What did you guys think? Did you like today's game plan? Yay, nay? What are your guys' thoughts? And then I'll duck off.
Thanks, Vincent. Don, your thoughts on evaluating Tim Lester after this loss?
Well, I have to admit I was a little bit frustrated with some of our run calls, and to be sympathetic toward our coaches, I'm sitting there thinking, and it sounds like we're grasping for straws on how to run the ball. When you're running a simple toss play, it almost suggests you're out of ideas, you know. But I give a lot of credit to Oregon's front. They clearly control the line of scrimmage. If you get out rushed by 160 yards, I got news for you. You probably lost the game probably by a significant score. So in that regard, we were lucky to be in the game. Here's the irony of all ironies. They're a good pass offense. Over the Big Ten season, they had averaged 7.7 per attempt compared to our 5.9. Guess who averaged better tonight? We did. And yet we lost the game. Instead of that stat in the 10 games was 10 wins, no losses. The team that had the best yards per attempt won all 10 games. Our 5 games and their 5 games. And of course, that means Indiana did better than they did when they played Indiana. Indiana also beat us, of course, in yards per attempt as well. Talking pass offense, right?
Don, you've watched a lot of Mark Gronowski this year. I brought it up to Matt earlier in the show. This is at least the third game where he's come out in the first quarter and just looked, I think it was Indiana. I'll go back. I'm pretty sure it was Indiana. But Albany was the other one, game one. And then tonight where it's like he can't hit the broadside of a barn to start the game. Have you noticed the same thing? And why might that be a trend for a guy as experienced and seasoned as he is, for him to take so long to get settled in?
Well, one pass that the crowd didn't like, I was certainly on Mark's side. You know what a naked is. We faked and played to our left. He rolled right. We only run naked to the right. We don't run naked to the left. So if we're faking left, they're ready to play naked. And they proved a couple of times tonight they're going to play it. One of those balls that fell incomplete, it was because the rush, the guy we were supposed to sucker, he was up in Mark's face. Mark had a hard time getting the ball over. That's fell incomplete. People wonder, why such a lousy throw? He's trying to give the play a chance by lofting the ball as he had to. There was another naked, I believe, that ended up as a minus play where they simply played it. Maybe we threw it away. I can't remember. But the bottom line, naked was no good. They played naked.
We had 2 throws to Jacob Gill, one on the sideline closest to the press box and one on the opposite sideline. One was behind him and one was a ground ball in that first quarter. The one that was on the very first drive of the game on third down, Gronowski throws behind Gill, and that led to the really high punt, which, by the way, great play by Dakin jumping up and catching that punt. That was an impressive catch. But that was the first one I was thinking of, Don. And then there was the other one to, there was the missed throw to Moulton on first down. There was also the Gary Danielson on the CBS broadcast said that it appeared that Gronowski snapped the ball too early when Weegan begins in motion. Weegan and Moulton then collide, and the play ends up in a sack. Yeah. And so it didn't feel like it was until the second quarter when Gronowski finally settled down, and it took that deep ball to Gill. I wonder if Iowa just needs to start going play action deep a little earlier in games. You know, maybe that's what he needs to settle down.
The most worthwhile thing we can do with our offense is take some shots down the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a proponent of some play action and getting those tight ends up some seams too, and just work in the middle of the field, which
that was a problem like we saw the tight ends again. Maybe some plays.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we do a lot in recent last couple of years. You know, even with Lester this year, like maybe we've done in the past. So yeah, I'd like to see some of that. And I think you're onto something, Corey. You know, get him play action and see if he can set them up the middle or some deep routes. You know, maybe loosen some people up. So, but you know, like I said, we're getting 4 or 5 yards of play running the ball, and we had some drives, and then you know we have a miscue of an early snap, and that kills a drive or some other things. So. Yeah.
You know, my thought with some of the inaccurate passes early on, I found myself watching closely to see how the umpire, how long he whacked the ball down. I think after every play, before the next play, and he put the ball down. And I'm getting a little bit anal here. I was sitting there trying to see, are they spotting the ball down quicker for us than they are for, or in other words, is the ball exposed longer when we're snapping it than them? I'm not sure that was true. I didn't wonder about that because one reason I was wondering is I'm wondering the same thing you are, Corey. Why are we so inaccurate with our throws? And I realized it's not easy if you're going out in that weather and you don't realize the weather's not very good. Not very good at all. So I'm sympathetic to having to play under adverse conditions. I think in the early stages it was raining a little bit harder than it did later on. Actually, in the second half it got colder, but the rain almost went away for certain stretches of time.
But it's not like they didn't have bad weather against Albany game 1, and he had very similar issues with accuracy against Albany. And the Indiana game wasn't a bad weather game, and he had very similar issues with accuracy early. So, yeah, maybe tonight was a wet ball, but I saw Dante Moore throw dime after dime after dime. It's not like Dante Moore lit the world on fire tonight, but, man, he throws an accurate ball, Don. You've coached a lot of quarterbacks. He made some big plays and big moments, obviously the biggest being that 24-yard pass play down that far sideline.
Yeah, we were better on yards per attempt, but having said that, one of the reasons we were better is because they were unsound at times in the back end, and we took advantage of them. When our tight end goes for 40 yards, somebody messed up, and it was the far safety that messed up, as I recall, the strong safety. You're as deep as the deepest threat in your zone, and he clearly didn't see the tight end, beat him over the top.
All right, folks. Be sure you check out. Well, I'll let you do this, Matt, before we let you slide. Give us a plug on how people can watch Your Family and the Farms of America docu-series that's to credit for bringing you on here for post-game coverage.
Absolutely. Cowboy Channel still has it, but more importantly, I think Reagan and Massey has it on the YouTube channel, which you can definitely click on. It's all free on there, and check out everything. So take a look, see what you think. Be ready for season 2, and then we'll start releasing some of these podcasts prior to season 2, just to give people more of an insight on these families and the good times, the bad times, and it's kind of dig deeper into these farming families of America, and hopefully people enjoy it. So take a look, and I'll be back, man. Let's get some more wins, and let's keep going. We'll tackle better next time. I know we will. We'll be ready for USC, and Mark will be Mark. He'll be accurate on the first drive. He gives us his legs when we need his legs. So I like watching this team, man, and
they are fun to watch.
Still fun, to be in these games. And I know people hate to say be in games. Well, this is football, man, and we're in games and we're competing with everybody. And they're a great group of dudes, and we still got Coach Ferentz. So excited to see how this season ends, and we won't sleep well tonight, but we'll be ready to go. 24-hour rule goes for the fans too, and we'll get ready to cheer them on next week. What
sucks is knowing they're out of the playoff race. That's what sucks to me.
Don't be a downer, Corey. I mean, yeah.
Hey,
yeah, I know we are. We're out of it, but man, like I said, win every one we can. What are we at? 6? Let's win the rest. Let's get it 9. Let's see how the season ends, and
see if we can get it to the season. Yeah,
there you go. That's what we can do. On to the next.
I got to get out to Kroul Farms at some point, man. We got to talk about that. I'd love to be able to get a glimpse at the operation.
We'll get you feeding some cows or chopping some wood or something, Corey. We can
can I milk some cows? That's the question.
Well, you could, but ours are beef cows. But there's still milk out there if you want it.
Okay, all right. You'll find out how little I know about farming even after watching Farms.
Well,
so
we'll get you anytime you want. Coach Don, good to see you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Matt Kroul. Matt, we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Corey. See you next week.
All right. Trudging along here as we approach hour 3 of Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. And Don, I ran through some notes, and I'll run through these again with you. But we've got several people who have been waiting on hold for a long time, one being Kevin, one being Joey, one being Nate, and our caller on the phone line. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Iowa Forecast line. Who's on the line?
My name is James.
James, how are you?
about as good as they can be considering the outcome of the game. But, you know,
Yep.
being a fan comes with its ups and downs, you know.
Yep, we're definitely all on the same page there.
Right. I guess maybe Coach can answer this question for me. I guess when it comes to like on the Legion fumble, and I know that Matt alluded to it earlier when he was talking about what Pat was saying on the radio call. Pat was saying that the refs blew the whistle, and from what Pat was saying, what happens afterwards shouldn't have necessarily mattered. So I guess maybe Coach can maybe touch on that and explain maybe a little bit better.
Well, I would simply say this. We tell offensive players, if you lose the ball for whatever reason, even if for a split second, let's play it on the safe side. Let's possess the ball again. Let's be sure the ref sees us possess the ball all over again. And rather than rely on them being able to interpret, we blew it dead, and then the ball came loose. So the replay I saw in the stadium, it appeared the ball clearly came out before he was down. And that should suggest you better possess the ball. If it's not in possession, you better regain possession. You better not just hope that the officials ruled you down, because it did appear the ball came out certainly before he was down.
Yeah. Well, and I it's very, very clear by the replay that it was a fumble. You know, I guess I'm more curious as to, you know, in that situation, if they had blown the play dead, you know, would it still have been a fumble recovered by Oregon? Or if they would have called it that we blew the play dead, then I guess maybe how would that have worked?
Yeah, what I don't know was you're wondering, was the whistle blown prematurely? Was he really not down when the whistle blew? I don't know.
I don't understand what that even has anything to. I said this to Matt earlier, Don. You can tell me I'm wrong, but if the play was blown dead because there was clearly a fumble and it was recovered by someone, that happens all the time. A ball comes out, everybody piles on it, they blow the whistle, and it's not until they pull players off that they figure out who has the ball. So I don't know why that would stop Iowa players from trying to make sure their team has the ball. That's on them if they stopped playing.
Correct. If you lose possession of the ball, you should always assume that the ball was live when you lost possession. You better regain possession.
Right.
Absolutely. That's true.
Yeah. So James, does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree. Like, no matter what, you know, whether the whistle blew or not, if he didn't have, like, he had firm possession, he should have definitely been fighting for it, you know, period.
Yeah, but it was clearly a fumble. And Don, have you ever heard of possession being achieved by squeezing a ball between your legs?
No.
I can't sit here with a straight face and say, oh, it should have been Iowa ball. I don't even think Caden Weegan believes it should have been Iowa ball. Yeah. I don't know why he wasn't making more of an effort to try to get the ball with his hands. I don't know.
You possess the ball with your arms and your hands. You don't possess it with your legs.
Right. Yep. Anything else, James?
I guess, well, you know, really and truly, I feel like overall it was a hard-fought game. And it's really and truly, games like this, it would be very easy to just try to pinpoint one exact play that, you know, may or may not have been costing us the game, you know. It's really and truly, like, we could have, there's a few things that we could have done better, yeah, but really and truly, there's not a whole lot defensively that we could have done better. I mean, we comes down to it, like, we scored more touchdowns than what they did.
saying,
held them.
You're saying defensively, there's nothing they could have done better.
I'm not.
Is that what you said or not? I just.
So, yes.
Okay, well,
yes
I'll tell
and
you
no.
real quick. I'll tell you what they could have done better. They could have allowed less than 261 rush yards. They could have not allowed that last drive to go down into field goal range and result in a field goal. There's lots of things they could have done better. Lots of things.
For the record, going into
the fact that we held them offensively to only one touchdown.
I know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not giving
volumes
them
on that.
Failing grade. I'm simply saying there's always things to clean up. And had the defense made a stop there at the end, we'd be talking about a win. We'd be talking about a team that's 7-2, but we're not, because
I mean, had we not had a bad snap,
I understand there's lots of plays that contribute to it. I'm just saying we can't sit here and act like the defense didn't have anything to do with the loss. Like, that's not fair either. Like, what? Yeah, I mean, was it the number one problem? No. Is it the number one problem most weeks? No. But they did give up a touchdown or a field goal drive there at the end that sealed the deal. They did give up a late field goal drive at the end of the first half that was crucial. Those are plays you want back. And, they were pretty good limiting explosive plays, but they gave up 261 yards on the ground. Now, the top three running backs, I talked about it during my preview. Those top three running backs have been averaging 8.3 yards per carry heading into this game. Those are ridiculous numbers.
I knew that those three running backs was going to be hard. It's like us. We have Moulton, Patterson, and Williams. Like we have three good running backs. They have three really great running backs. Like when you can constantly sub in a fresh guy like that, it's gonna be hard to stop them. But anyway, that's all I got. Like it's a tough game. It's I hope we play better defensively against Southern California next week.
Okay, James. Appreciate you calling in, sir.
Yep.
All right. Lisa is in the chat. She says, I know Mark didn't throw the ball well in the beginning, but he is the reason we had a chance at the end. And she says, I'm really, really sad. Need some therapy. So that's what we're here for. Therapy when this team loses, Don. How would you grade Mark overall? I mean, hey, I'll tell you what, Penn State, here's another example tonight. He seems to step up in the big moments. That's the hard part about this. They put together a 90-plus yard drive, down 5.
Let's not forget, too, Corey, when we went on the field for that 93-yard drive, we had, in the entirety of the game, 146 yards.
Yeah.
So think about it. They had 146 yards. They were almost 3 quarters of play. And when we had to, more than 3 quarters of play, right? And when we had to, we got 93 yards. And I don't know if there's a fourth down in there or not. Might have been one. I can't recall.
Well, there was 2. There were 2.
Well,
Vanderzee's conversion and then the touchdown run by Gronowski.
You're right. Yeah. So I guess my point, remember I used to introduce 2-minute offense myself as a head coach at Western. And I would explain it this way to them. And if you think about it, it makes sense. I said it this way. I don't care if they've been shutting us out all day long. Our problem is we're trying to do it on 3 downs. Here's the good news. We got 4. Now go make a bunch of first downs and get in the end zone. You think about it, you should be able to score points. Right. You got the extra down. Right?
Absolutely. Don, can you move your camera down just a little bit? I hate to keep covering up your there you go. Perfect. I hate to keep covering up your face. So, all right. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. We've got Kevin here first. Kevin.
Hey, it's been a while since the loss to Indiana. My 5. Hey, they said 6 points. We got it down to 2, but still lost. So.
Yeah, frustrating. No question about it. Plays if you look back at it, unfortunately.
So I do have a couple of questions real quick.
Okay.
What is it going to take for Iowa to get back to 2015 to be undefeated and better than that?
It's going to be real hard with this new schedule, Kevin. Right. It's going to be real hard. How hard is it to put together a 12-win season, especially with this new league?
Well, what happened back in 2015 is a thing called the Western Division. That helped.
Yeah.
Because
And I don't know what their schedule is next year, Kevin.
Sorry?
My guess is their schedule is just as difficult next year without looking at it.
Probably.
So.
Because our schedule, our conference, it certainly wasn't the top schedule. They actually belonged to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And Purdue had a tough schedule. So it doesn't seem very fair. The NFL, if you're a bad team, you get a slightly softer schedule. Doesn't seem to work that way in the Big Ten.
What was your other question, Kevin?
So, I just looked up the schedule for next year, and it's crazy. We got Iowa State in week 2. We got Northwestern. We got Ohio State. We got Michigan. We got Washington. Nebraska should be easy. But, yeah, we got Ohio State and Michigan. 2 tough ones, unfortunately.
Everybody's going to have
road. It might be. Why don't I
just pull this up because we're talking about it. 2026 Iowa football schedule. Not that we're moving on already, but here is an idea of what Iowa has next year. They get Iowa State at home, Northern Illinois at home, Northern Iowa at home. They're at Illinois, tough win. Nebraska at home, Ohio State at home, Purdue at home, Wisconsin at home, and then they're at Michigan, at Minnesota, at Northwestern, at Washington. Not in that order, of course. So yeah, I mean, at Washington's tough, but that's Ohio State, Michigan, man. That's a pair of difficult games. But depending on what Iowa can do in the portal, I still think it's a team that can compete year in and year out. I think Kirk has proven with this offense, which is miles ahead of what Brian Ferentz's offense was. I believe with this new offense, this type of team can still hover around 9-3 every year and at least be in this conversation. But yeah, it's going to be tough because those are some, like at Washington, at Illinois, Kevin, those are very difficult games. In addition to, we don't know what, like Northwestern's better this year. That game's on the road. Iowa State's tough. It's going to be every year like that.
Here's a simple way to think of it, Corey. Most years, I think, this year's a good example. I believe if I'm accurate, preseason we had 6 teams ranked in the top 25, right? A third of the league. Well, if you're playing 9 games, logically you should play 3 of those teams from the top bracket. 3 from the top, 3 from the middle, 3 from the bottom. The odds are you're going to play half of those 6 teams. And the best solution, of course, is to be one of those 6 teams. Maybe then you only have to play 2 because you are one of them.
Kevin, anything else?
Yeah. So, what will it take for Iowa to recruit? I mean, Mark is like, when I saw that 40-yard pass down the field, that's the best pass I've seen since C.J. Beathard, in my opinion. But
well, we don't see a lot of deep balls since C.J., so that's part of the problem. Nate Stanley didn't have a good deep ball, and then Brian Ferentz did not take shots with Spencer Petras, Deacon Hill, and those guys. They just didn't take shots, so I can see why you say that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I've got a question. Is it the, I don't know how to put it about recruiting like players like 4 or 5 stars. Is it that they don't want to come, or is it like the staff or the coaching that, just doesn't want to take the time,
Don, why do you tell Kevin why Iowa can't get more 4 and 5 star recruits? First of all, Kevin, there's not a ton of 5 star recruits out there, but why can't Iowa compete more so with? You tell him why they can't compete with community Iowa State and Penn State for those highly rated players.
Well, the most obvious example right now would be wide receiver. It's hard for you to be able to compete with schools that are much more effective in throwing the ball to wide receivers. Just to give you a comparison, Ohio State's the best in the league. They average up to today's game, they average 9.8 yards every time they threw a pass. Think about that. We average 5.9. That's a big difference. 9.8 versus 5.9. And we were the lowest in the league. I believe Wisconsin was at 5.2. But the bottom line, that's not a good number. You should at least be able to be in the 8-yard range.
There you go, Kevin.
But to have 10 is exceptional. How do you end up with 10? Have a really accurate passer, have good protection, and have some receivers that can make something happen even after the catch, as Ohio State does.
And RDHB91 says, conversation ends prematurely every year, Corey. They fail in every single big game. Okay, well, I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. You want to bring up the evidence, that's fine. What am I supposed to do? Stop talking about the playoffs? Stop talking? It's like people are so relieved that Iowa's finally eliminated, so they don't have to hear me say the word playoff, Don. I don't understand. I get it. It's all frustration. They want to just take it out on somebody, so I get it. But Kevin, you and I both know all Hawk fans heading into this game were like, hey, if we win this game, we're in the playoff race. Like, that was a legitimate conversation. Take that up.
And the bad news, today was an elimination game, and we had to play that way, that we have to win the game or we forget about the playoffs, one or the other.
Anything else, Kevin, before we let you slide?
Yeah, can I ask like two more questions? That's fine. So at the end of last year's game, bowl game against Missouri, I said to myself, I'm done watching Iowa football. I'm done watching Iowa football because they can't go 12-0. They can't do that. But I was like, that's not supporting Iowa in any way, not one bit. And here's the thing. Kirk Ferentz is the winningest head coach, and people could bash me and say, well, he's only beating teams that are not ranked. Yeah, well, he's been coached for 27 years. Try being a coach for 27 years.
Yeah, that sustainability is going to be a huge part of his legacy, and it is hard to do your job for 27 years. And he's doing it through an era where a lot of guys are getting the axe, including some of his counterparts like James Franklin and whoever the guy was at UCLA. Why is my brain? Deshaun Foster. So yeah, no point taken, and there's going to be more. This is crazy. This is the modern era of college football. I can tell you this: I'm proud of this team. I'll say this: I'm proud of this team because they showed up in every big game. So far, they have not beaten an elite program on the schedule, and I'd consider UCLA as close to elite as they have left, obviously. Like if they go out USC, I'm not sorry, I think I said UCLA, USC. If they go out to USC next week and win, there's going to be a lot of frustrated people because they're going to be like, well, we were one win against Oregon or one win against Indiana or one win against Iowa State from still being in the playoff discussion. But that would still be a really good win. And Don, they haven't gotten blasted by anybody this year. And it will be interesting, regardless of, bowl projections, all that, to see how this team responds next week, especially since it's on the road in LA and they're out of the playoff race. I really do think that will be a test of this team's stick-to-itiveness and their ability to stick together, their leadership, all of that.
Yeah, you might suggest the pressure's off. So to speak, we're clearly a bowl team. The pressure's off in the playoffs. Maybe we'll play free and easy. That's certainly possible. I'll remind you what UCLA did after they fired their coach. All of a sudden, the game was easy.
Right, that's true.
Until they ran into Indiana. Then it all changed.
Kevin, did you have one final question?
Yeah, and I think, when coach retires after 2029, I personally don't see Iowa winning more than what they're winning now. Because coach's contract is till 2029. So, I mean, right now, look at Purdue. They're like, what, 1-6, 1-7? We might be heading that route.
It's always
On the
possible.
other hand, this coach is a little bit like Signetti.
Could be. But
Could go the other way, right?
Signettis don't come around every day, but it is possible. You got to have balance there, Kevin, because it's always possible that your program could get a major boost from your next head coach. That's what I think basketball fans are hoping they get with Ben McCollum right now. So we'll see. Kevin, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure to chat with you.
Thank you.
All right, Heelan Crusaders radio show says Heelan is playing in the Dome at least. Go Hawks. Thank you for the super chat. And James Douglas says college basketball is here at least. Beat Xavier. Penn State sold today. What does that mean? Penn State sold today. I'm assuming that's a typo. Iowa does play Xavier. The men play Xavier next week. Don, I've had some people on the women's postgame show say they've spotted you in the crowd so far early on this year. You're out there.
Well, we had a prominent seat location, which I was grateful for. At least I was too. It is fun to sit courtside.
How'd you pull that off?
Well, if you really must know.
I must know.
I'm sorry?
I must know.
You must know? Well, we're supporters of the cheer squad because Lisa years ago was a member of that cheer squad, and we made a contribution to their new building, and I think they're appreciative of our support. And someone in position to help us out called up and had seats available courtside, and they offered them to us, and we were very happy to take advantage of the offer. So Absolutely. It was fun to watch. I will make one comment about women's basketball, men's basketball. It doesn't matter. When you sit courtside, you're reminded all over again. I'm talking about a women's game I saw just last week. This week, I should say. That game was more physical than what you realize if you're sitting up in the bleachers a long way off. It was a physical game. And our girls handled it well, no doubt about it. I'm excited about what they might do with this season, and I'm equally excited about what the men might do.
Yep. Women play tomorrow. Your Leathernecks got beat by the men on, what was that, Thursday?
Last night.
That was last night, man.
And, of course, we were there, and no, I wouldn't cheer for the Leathernecks.
You weren't?
I did go down to
You're
the
wait a minute. You're the winningest football coach in the history of Western Illinois Leatherneck football, and you weren't cheering for your school. How dare you?
Well, I spent 20 years working for Iowa, so my loyalties are with Iowa.
I get it. You'll root for them in every other game, right?
Sure. Actually, I thought there was some hope for Western. They played better. They were more competitive than what I thought they might be.
They were. They showed out better than Robert Morris did in that first game.
Yeah.
So, Lemansky, thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Coach P. Fighting the good fight plus fighting the rain. So, Don, you're pretty open about your health struggles in the past, and you're a cancer survivor. And
right.
If people ever hear you clear your throat, it's because. Tell us why for people that don't.
Give me a chance to mention this, Corey. Yesterday, when I was speaking to the Garden Club, we call it the Garden Club. That's a misnomer. It's really a pep rally for old Iowa fans, but we have it every Friday of a home game. And I ended up speaking a long time because Marv Cook is normally there also. Marv was not in town, so it gave me more time. And as you would imagine, Corey, after a period of time of a lot of talk, my voice fails me a little bit, and I apologize to the gathering. I said, I'm really sorry that I struggled to communicate. Please bear with me and be as patient as you can. And the next person that wanted to talk, with his hand up. He said, Coach, we fully are aware of all your difficulties with your health, and we're just grateful that you're here. And we're not concerned at all about having to struggle to understand what you're saying. So I'll apologize to our listeners now, too. Please bear with me. I'm not trying to be difficult to understand. I'm doing the best I can.
Well, you don't have nothing to apologize for, Don. You're a pleasure to have on this show. So, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, as not just as a co-host, but as a friend. So, yeah, I was going to, the reason I brought it up is because I wanted to know if the cold weather and the wet weather, does that make it harder for you? Does that bother you at all?
It does. Lisa left it at the half, not because she gave up on the weather. She had to go pick up her sister at the airport, but she was concerned about me. She said, do you have to stay through this game? And I said, yes, I do. And she said, she went away shaking her head. Okay.
Time out. When you say, yes, I have to, just explain that. Just can you break
it down? Yes, I want to. I don't want anybody, if I'm going up out of the stadium, I don't want people to say, I can't believe Coach Patterson gave up on this team. I'll never give up on an Iowa football team. Even if I have a valid excuse, such as I've got to go to the airport to pick up a family member, it would still be misinterpreted by certain people in the seats. I don't want to think for a minute that I'm not as loyal as I can be to Iowa football, because I am.
Well, and that, if you had to, that family member could get an Uber or a taxi, right?
Right. You might tell them on their own, don't come flying in the middle of a football game because I'm not available.
That's right.
Enjoy your stay in the airport after you land.
There you go. Yeah, there's some chairs you can lay out on. Join our Discord server, folks. It's a fun time. Myself, Kyle Spence, taking the lead with that, and always conversation. This time of year, it's not just football, but it's basketball. So we just had a guy join earlier today. We sent the invite out. So please consider doing that. I think he paid for the whole year. It's $50 for an entire year, 12 months where you're in this private chat with myself, Kyle, and the community that is from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Label your donation Discord. Just go to PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App via the links in our description. Label your donation Discord, and you'll get a unique invitation. Once we get your email address, we'll send you an invitation, and you'll get into our Discord chat. It's very simple. It's not like some crazy app that you have to give a. I mean, you're signing up for a messaging app. In make a long story short. So if you're not familiar with Discord, just consider it like a private messaging app / message board for a community that is what we do here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. So thank you in advance for considering that. Before we go to our next caller, a big thank you to Iowa Smokehouse. Use their code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com. I'm just telling you, folks, do this tonight. Do this tomorrow. This code is not going to last much longer, okay? I can't say any more than that, but please consider doing that because you're running out of time. Stock up, right? This stuff keeps forever. Iowa Smokehouse, tasting is believing. Use that code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order of their meats. Their barbecue sauce is delicious if you're making a pork butt or you're maybe having some chicken tenders with your kids. Whatever the case may be, it's delicious. They also have ketchups and salsas. So much variety, such a selection available. Use that code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com and spend $50. You'll get free shipping to your door. You cannot beat this deal, folks, at iowasmokehouse.com. Also, Brad Van Meter saving people tons of money on auto insurance and other types of insurance as well. But, man, Brad's let me know personally that auto rates have really gone down for he and his team. So just give him a call. You might be able to save some money, some serious money. And while you do that, you're supporting this show, okay? It costs nothing to get a free quote. Give Brad Van Meter a call down at State Farm. Mark it on your calendar. Do it this week. 515-256-6480. 515-256-6480. Or visit him online at bradvanmeter.com. Brad Van Meter, down on Fleur Drive, State Farm office in Des Moines. Big thank you to RTI Threads. We've talked about them throughout the year. I'm wearing the Aaron Graves shirt this evening. You can shop the RTI apparel over at rtithreads.com/NIL. Same thing is concerned for RTI Threads, as I said, for Iowa Smokehouse. These athletes, These athletes are essential to what Iowa has done this year. Support the cause and support the NIL cause, the cause here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. RTI Thread, such a big part of what we've been doing here for several seasons. So please consider loading up on gear. Get it while you still can, while they still have inventory. RTIthreads.com/NIL and customize your Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer, Jacob Gill, and Carson Shire merch today. Again, here is the Aaron Graves Gravedigger shirt. And this is a Nike Dry Fit, really comfortable for any time of year. And I've also got an Aaron Graves sweatshirt, and I've got several other items that I'll continue to wear. So check it all out, rtithreads.com/NIL. The link is in our description. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. We've got Nate with us. Nate, welcome to the show.
Hello, Corey. It's great to be here. I went to the game. It's freezing, but it's a good game. But fortunately, it didn't go our way. So I'm going to start with the first miscue that everybody noticed is obviously the snap, the issues on the punts, and I thought it was Ike Speltz because I think that's who it was at the beginning of the year, but then I watched it back and it was Bryant Worrell. So, if you're LeVar Woods, do you debate making a change to Ike Speltz?
Well, I don't know what's going on with Ike Speltz. So, Tom, this got brought up earlier in the broadcast when Tom Kakert was on with us. And I mentioned it to Matt Kroul at the outset of the show. Don, you and I have talked about long snapping because at the beginning of the year, it was Bryant Worrell doing field goal snaps and Ike Speltz doing punt snaps. And I was just told that each guy was better at those jobs, their respective jobs. Tom Kakert said earlier tonight that part of the reason why Iowa has had Ike working on punt snapping is because of his ability to get down the field quicker. So the fact that apparently it was Bryant Worrell tonight doing both field goal snaps and punt snaps, I don't know why, unless he's just proven that he's better at it than on punts as well. But boy, he was bad tonight at times. So I don't know if you thought about that or noticed it, Don, but you don't typically notice the number on the back of a long snapper's jersey until he screws up.
Right.
And he's had his struggles with field goal snapping, Don. We know that.
Yeah. I'm surprised about the comment about the snapper being out there because he's a little better cover guy. Because to be honest with you, I'm surprised to hear that they might rely that much on their snapper to be a great cover guy, because let's face it, his primary job is to snap the ball well. If he can cover, that's a bonus. But truthfully, in so many cases, he doesn't need to be an exceptional cover guy, because so many punts are fair caught, or the ball goes out of bounds, or it's a touchback, whatever the case. And he's not usually the first guy down anyway. I do understand, as you probably know, Corey, I know you know it, listeners may not know it, the center is protected. You can't hit him as soon as he snaps the ball.
Right.
That's against the rules. So he does have a chance. If he can snap and he's athletic, he does have a chance to be in on any number of plays on the other end. And that is a bonus if a good snapper is also a good cover guy. But let's face it, it all starts with him being a good snapper. The coverage aspect is a bonus, but it's not debatable that he's got to be a good snapper. I have one question about tonight, Corey. We all saw the high snap on the first punt. I found myself wondering after the fact. I didn't think about it between the first punt and the second punt, but I wonder, did he take some snaps on the sideline before he went back on the field? I do wonder that, because the second one, of course, not even a basketball player could have made that play.
It was a phenomenal catch. That first snap, it was a phenomenal catch by Reese Dakin. I mean, he timed it perfectly to go up there and grab that and then get that punt off.
Well, lucky we have a tall punter. But even he couldn't get the second one.
Oh, that thing was...
And you're telling me it wasn't the same snapper on one engine?
Nate, you're saying that it was this. You went back and confirmed this?
Yeah, I didn't see I didn't see. I know Ike Spell's number is 97. I saw a 4.
Yeah, 4-5 Bryant Worrell. So no, and CBS kept panning over to Bryant Worrell, and I thought, well, maybe they just have the wrong guy, and they're confused. But I think Nate's right. So I don't know. That'd be a great question for LeVar and for Kirk. I don't know if we'll get LeVar.
I think we're taking Luke Elkin for granted right now. I mean, he was
I'm not taking Luke Elkin for granted because it was seamless, man. Don, I tell you what, you would have never thought you'd miss a long snapper so much. But if you really stop and think about it, now they didn't lose the Penn State game. And I'm not saying that was all snappers' fault. And I'm not saying the missed kick against Indiana was all the snappers' fault. But there's a good chance they make that kick against Indiana with Luke Elkin. No guarantees, but I think there's a good chance that happens. There's a good chance that they win tonight because they don't get a safety. At least, I mean, that was the difference in the game. Literally, it was 2 points.
Yeah.
And it's they've had issues, Nate. That's for sure.
Think about it this way, Corey. If we don't have the 2 points on the safety, when we score that last touchdown, you think about it. When we score the last touchdown, we would kick, right, rather than go for 2. At that point, we would have been up 17 to what? What were they before the last field goal?
15.
15. They'd still beating us by 1, wouldn't they? Yeah. Anyway.
On the defensive side of the ball, I don't think, I mean, I've seen teams do it before, but it's hard to expect to win a game when you're giving up 230 yards on the ground.
Actually, the number was 261, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well,
261.
Anyways, it was a lot. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I was Iowa, I would have stacked the box because Oregon's top 2 receivers were out, Evan Stewart and DeCorian Moore. And I mean, Oregon didn't throw the ball at all. I mean, even if they didn't want to stack the box, I mean, they could have adjusted to it. And I mean, it was clear.
Yeah, that's a kind of a pretty observant comment from Nate here, Don. Are you surprised that Iowa didn't load up more to stop the run?
A little bit, yeah, absolutely. One thing I couldn't help but notice, they were defending our running game pretty well, and in general, Corey, they had 2 high safeties. In other words, they didn't load the box. They defended with their front 7. We still didn't run the ball well. They didn't have to outnumber us.
The numbers would say they're better up front on both sides then.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan Thielemann is a really good safety. Transfer from Purdue for Oregon. And Oregon, I mean, they played better on defense than we did. And something I also noticed on the defensive side of the ball was, I mean, you can say both ways. I mean, Oregon does have a good offensive line. There's no doubt about that. But Iowa's defensive line, I mean, obviously Aaron Graves, he's a great player. He's going to get some penetration. But besides that, there wasn't too much penetration from other guys on the defensive line. And I think Dante Moore had a lot of time to throw when they did throw the ball. And the line did a good job. The Oregon line did a good job on the run plays. So, I obviously know Herkett and Llewellyn, they're veteran guys, so they know how to bounce back. But I feel like maybe not. It's not always the corner's fault. I mean, the ends, they're not getting enough penetration, and it showed tonight.
Well, here's a stat that stands out. They sacked us twice. We haven't sacked them yet. And honestly, I don't know that there'll be anything recorded as a pressure either. A quarterback hurry, whatever term you want to use. I don't recall us ever being successful in getting to the quarterback.
And that was one of my keys going into the game, Don. In my preview, I said, I think a big key is getting them behind the chains early a few times to kill some drives. And that
we didn't do it well.
They didn't do it. They just didn't do that tonight. And they almost won in spite of that. So what's crazy about it, they almost won in spite of that, in spite of getting outrushed by 160 yards. And that's what they do. That's what Iowa teams do. They hang with teams in Kinnick when the numbers say they have no business hanging with them. Don, I brought up 2017 against Penn State. This game looks so similar. You trail to Penn State almost the entire game. Kirk Herbstreit, Chris Fowler come out at a halftime and say, how is Iowa in this game? But here we are. We're in Kinnick. This is what they do. Saquon Barkley's running it all over Iowa. It's the same thing. This is the same game.
And they win the game on the last play, just as they did tonight.
Playing basically the last play of the game. It's so frustrating. And yet you look at it and you're like, well, late in that game against Penn State 2017, Don, what happened? Iowa's offense comes up with big plays. In that case, it was Akram Wadley. Today it was Benami. It was Large. It was Moulton. It was Gronowski. So frustrating to have lost both of those games. Obviously, we're focused on here and now right now. So
here's the truth about today's game. Oregon had an edge on talent or athletic ability, whatever term you want to use. But we demonstrated tonight we have an edge on grit. We are mentally tough. We don't give up. We thought somebody asked me just yesterday, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? My quote, Corey, was, I think it'll be a fight to the finish. That's exactly what it was. Came down the last play of the game.
Anything else, Nate?
Yeah, like 2 more things. Obviously, people will talk about it until it happens, but when do you think, it's not just today, because I think we could tell Kirk was kind of outcoached by Dan Lanning. And I'm not saying Kirk makes all the calls, but I feel like just Dan Lanning and his staff had a better game plan. And I'm not saying try to put that at Tim Lester. I actually think he had a good game plan, and I don't think previous caller said I don't think the hate for Mark is warranted. But when do you think, for fairness, it's time to say, hey, maybe it's time to retire, kind of hang it up? That's not taking anything away from him. He's the greatest coach in Iowa history, one of the best coaches in college football of all time. I'm just saying, is there a point where you try to say, maybe it's time to hang things up?
Well, his contract goes through 29, and until they start losing more games, I don't think he's going anywhere. But I could be wrong. He may shock us at one point. But I think he's going to coach probably until 28. That's my guess. If things continue, if they keep rattling off 8-4, 9-3 win seasons, I think he's going to be here for a while, Nate. Whether people like that or not, because the fans will keep coming up. They'll keep showing up.
Yeah. Kirk's a good head coach. I feel like a lot of people hate on him, but he's put up winning seasons and year after year. And Iowa just feels like ever since he's been here, we've put up 8, 9, 7, 8 wins every year. So, if you're a powerhouse program, you may think that's bad, but if you're just a program that's trying to build consistency, that's really good.
Nate, we appreciate you calling in, sir. Always a pleasure to talk with you.
You too.
That young man's going places, Don.
Sure.
Sponsor the show, folks. We got Iowa Postgame with Kasheen Alexander, Iowa Postgame with Gary Close. They're underway. So in order to keep these shows going, please consider sponsoring in some way, shape, or form. Any help is appreciated. Any support, get your name out there, get your brand out there. info@fromthehawkeyeofthestorm.com is the best way to reach out. info@fromthehawkeyeofthestorm.com. A couple things to address. First of all, Scott, appreciate you being here, Scott. And I know I've seen your name a lot. I know you're active in the chat. And so I'm going to be very nice when I say this. Scott says, Corey, you let the callers take 10 minutes. Move on. No one is going to tell me how to run my show. Okay? I appreciate the advice, but please don't act like I'm going to be taking orders from certain people that don't like how I do certain things on the show. Okay. I try to be as patient as I can with callers, because I'll just tell you this, Don, you opened up earlier about your health. I'll open up as to why we allow callers to talk a little bit more. One of the great things about classic radio call shows is the fact that you can connect the talking heads, and in some cases the experts like yourself, with your average fan. What I don't like about those classic radio shows is sometimes callers are very limited, and I think you were able to kind of build more of that conversation and that bond, that connection with people like you and people like me, with the people who watch the show. And I think that's very valuable. I understand some people think, move on, whatever. But it's with all due respect, again, I'm saying it very nicely, it's my show and it's Don's show. So we will run it how we see fit, but we do appreciate you being here. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And again, totally with all due respect in saying that. Spencer, thank you for the super chat. Just absolute pain. Safety failed to look for the ball. I believe he's actually referring to TJ. TJ was the corner that turned around. Don, I mean, how do you look like pretty good coverage? He never turned around. That's probably easier said than done when you're in the moment. But what are you taught in a situation like that? It was a dart from Dante Moore down that sideline.
It was a nice ball, a nice catch. And there's not a corner around that hadn't been beaten before. I'm proud of TJ. He hadn't been beaten very often at all. On that play, a really good throw and a really nice catch was good enough to get the job done. And I hate that it happened to TJ because he's a wonderful young man. And he's played really good football for us, really pretty much the entire season. But on that play, he was beaten. And that doesn't mean he's still not a great young man. He is. He'll continue to give us his best. And that's the nature of the sport. Sometimes your best is not good enough. And you have to live with it. It's painful sometimes, but what are you going to do otherwise?
Mike Rotonda says, Corey, I was back sitting at the kiddie table for the holiday dinners. Don't worry, you can sit on my lap. Okay, what are we doing? What are we talking about? I'm going to take that comment off. I don't even know what that means. I'm apologize for putting that up there. I don't know what that means. Go Hawks says, Corey, what do you think peak recruiting could look like for Iowa? How many 4-star/5 stars could they legitimately get? I mean, they're getting, I don't know what the numbers say, like probably 3 4 stars a year, and every once in a while they strike gold with a 5-star. But I mean, Iowa's a developmental program, Don, and they got a lot of 2- and 3-star guys that end up being 5-star type talent that get drafted.
Let me comment on this, Corey. If you want to recruit 5 stars or even 4 stars, guess what? You have to be prepared to give up some significant money now to get that done. Also, I believe I'm going to spend that money on a guy that's proven himself somewhere else, and I'm going to bring in a guy that's already proven in college rather than some guy that might or might not work out.
All right. James says, Don, explain why we have seen INTs and catches with people using their legs, but you can't possess a fumble. Not saying I don't agree with you, but your point is not true. Don, I'm happy you're here. So James wants to know how you can catch a ball with your legs, but possessing a fumble with your legs does not count. That's a fair question, Don, from James.
Well,
James is redeeming himself from earlier when I kind of took a shot at him. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. Well, in the case of Wiggin, he clearly had possession of the ball earlier in the play. The ball clearly came out before he was down. And that means he needs to regain possession of the ball. I wouldn't even say he had it sandwiched between his legs. It looked like to me he was just kind of laying on his legs. That's how I saw it. Isn't that true?
Hard to tell. Hard to tell with the camera angles. And, I mean, to me, I'd have been bending down and, doing some sideways crunches to try to get that ball up. Because
removing any doubt as to whether or not you have possession.
Right.
Yep. I agree.
Jack, thank you for the super chat. Jack says, Coach, did you see what Oregon did to limit Iowa's run game in the second half? And why is it Gronowski cannot get started until later in the game? How do you get a QB like that to engage from the first throw? Like I said, it takes far too long for him to get going with his arm. Maybe consider drawing up a couple more deep shots early in games instead of when they have to late. But, Don, I'll throw that to you. Why do you believe Gronowski struggles to get it going with his arm early?
Well, I would suggest in one of the plays where he was indecisive early on, not once but a couple of times. I mentioned it already earlier tonight. Naked. Here's my point. You don't just blindly call naked. My point is when you run a play in one direction, and if the quarterback's job is to fake a naked away, you're up in the booth and you're looking and you're deciding naked is there or it's not there. Don't guess. If it's not there, don't call naked. The mistake we made tonight, I don't know how we could have thought it was there because it clearly wasn't. Because when Mert rolled out, he had no choice but to elevate the ball over the guy that was playing the naked. Remember that? That's a ball that appeared to be poorly thrown. In Mert's defense, he really had no choice but to loft the ball at an unusual angle. And at that point, it wasn't on target. So my point is, give him some completions that are more certain, even if they don't produce a lot of yards. And the most obvious would be balls thrown behind the line, right? Bubbles and screens, things like that.
So you don't believe the answer is trying to take some deep shots?
Oh, I have no issue at all. To me, the beauty of being able to call those early, first off, don't call them early unless you have reason to believe they're there. But the most obvious example that comes to mind is the infamous waist down again. That's one opportunity to find out without having to pay a big expense.
Right.
Maybe it's there because our tendency, if it's second and short, what do we typically do? Run for the first down. I don't think that's as true much this year as it was the last few years. And in Brian's defense, you can say, well, Brian clearly didn't have any confidence we can make 2 yards on 3rd and 2. So he didn't want to take the risk of getting into 3rd and 2. So he went for it on 2nd and 2.
Brian also told me he couldn't. Don said Brian said he couldn't really ever imagine 3rd down being a waist down. He told me that.
Yeah, we discussed that, right? It's
Jack,
the waist down when your head coach says you got 2 downs. We know for sure that 3rd down's a waist down. If the head coach says you got 2 downs, he means if you fail on 3rd down, we're going to go on 4th down.
Right.
At that point, there's no doubt it's a waist down.
We call that 4 down territory in Fansville, Don.
Yeah.
Jack, thank you for the super chat. And he also wants to know what did Oregon do to limit Iowa's run game? Because it did seem like in the first half they went from getting Iowa did 4 to 5 yard chunks to like 1 to 2 to 3 yard chunks. What was different?
It was not a case of loading the box. They didn't have to. To be honest with you, I think that if they were more efficient in stopping our run game in the second half, they were simply more efficient in defeating our people on the line of scrimmage. And let's face it, our backs are solid backs. But who was better after contact tonight? Oregon's backs or ours? The answer is obvious. Nothing against our guys. Our guys ran hard. Oregon's backs are exceptional. Here's one word description of those guys. Those guys are sudden. You know what I mean by sudden? They really know how to accelerate. They've got exceptional acceleration and good vision. And they had some running lanes. And next thing you know, we got, thank God for number one, being a fairly sound tackler. I'm not sure that Xavier played a great game tonight. I don't know that. I do know this. He made a lot of tackles, as did number 4 and number 6. I don't know what their numbers are, but I know Xavier in particular made some saving tackles. They would have gained more yards were it not for a good aggressive tackle by Xavier.
Jason Symes, just imagine if Iowa actually made the 2-point conversion. Yep, that was a huge play. And the Joker says the fumble was blown dead and they still overturned it. Well, again, like we said, that doesn't, I mean, a ball can be blown dead after a fumble, and they still are going to be pulling guys off to see who recovered it. So I don't really think that really makes a difference, because they still needed to figure out who had recovered the ball.
Here's good advice for any defensive player. If you see the ball just kind of laying around without being possessed toward the end of the play, do yourself a favor. Grab the ball.
Yeah. Glock. Why would the committee put us in? Only one win against a winning team. Well, again, nobody's saying they'd be put in. I don't think anybody in their right mind is saying that. I stand by what I've said several times. Had they won out, starting with today, then I think they would have been in, most likely, because that would have been wins against Minnesota, a win against Nebraska on the road, win against USC on the road, win against Oregon, Penn State. That'd have been plenty. I just think it would have been plenty. And the committee already had them at 20th. That means they would have had room to move up had they beaten Oregon today, and then next week would potential for even more movement. But at this point, it doesn't matter. Tragus 44, who cares about the playoffs? As a football fan, the joy comes watching every game and the complexity of defense and offensive scheming. Enjoy the moment. Well, it's okay to care about the playoffs. It's okay to care to win. Don, that's why they're here.
Well, if you don't aspire to be in the playoffs, then I don't know why you bother to play.
Yeah, well, yeah. Jake says, as fun as the playoffs sound for fans, it will ruin being a fan for the middle of college football. Expansion to 20+ will be the only way to save football for teams with no annual shot at being in the top 12. No, I'm not going to argue that opinion. Yeah, it's the playoff has certainly changed how we view bowl games, as has the portal, and all these things. So yeah, not going to necessarily disagree with you, Jake. I still care about bowl games, but I'm one person, and the playoffs have to be the goal.
Here's my argument, Corey. You know how I feel about this. My argument for going to 8 rather than 12. One of the reasons for going to 8, you eliminate anyone having a bye. I think that's only fair. And then beyond that, if you're at 8 rather than 12, you attach more value to conference championship games, and that'd be a good thing.
Absolutely. Oh, we got a treat in our chat. Look at this guy. I want to let you read this comment, Don. You want to read it out loud? Tell people who this is.
Well, J.R. Nicholas was an All-American tight end for me at Western Illinois. Started off at Ohio State. And back in those days, when you transferred down to an FCS school, you were immediately eligible. You didn't have to sit out a year. If you transferred up, you had to sit. You remember that, Corey? But if you transferred down, you didn't. One of the things that helped us, when I went to Western Illinois, a lot of players in the Big Ten knew this guy's got some idea what he's doing because he spent 20 years with Coach Fry at Iowa. I think that's a good place to go. We got some really good transfers that helped us to become the first number 1 ranked team in school history. So one of those guys was J.R. Nicholas. J.R., I believe in 3 years, he had something like 1,600 yards as a receiver, as a tight end. Those would be very similar numbers to the all-time leading receiver and tight end for Iowa, Marv Cook. Marv had 1,800 plus. If J.R. had played 4 years at Western rather than 3, he would have probably been over 2,000 yards receiving. A great receiver, and maybe an even better person. He did play 6 years in the NFL. He's very well known and highly regarded as a personal trainer in Chicagoland. As a matter of fact, one of his students some years ago was a really, really young man by the name of Mark Gronowski. And oh, by the way, he also trained J.J. McCarthy. I believe our listeners know who J.J. McCarthy is. And J.R. has trained all kind of guys that have had great success in college and in the pros. He was at the game today with his son Hunter. I'm sure they enjoyed the game a lot, in part because they were going to be able to visit with Mark and his family after the game. And
it's not easy to make a career in the NFL as a fullback, even back in the day. I know JR has not been out of the game for too long, but yeah, impressive NFL career. And as I was researching J.R. Nicholas, I see he was apparently called the fastest fullback in the NFL by Mike Martz between 02 and 05 when he was with the Rams. So, and
I mean, this comment to the recruiting coordinator at Iowa, I said, I don't know that much about Hunter, his son, but I do know this. If he's Jared Nicholas' son, I promise you he's got a lot of fast twitch. And you know what I mean by that? He's got a lot of speed and quickness. JR probably did run 4 or 5 consistently. And it was a receiver, a big receiver for Ohio State. But you know how that goes. If you're in a school like Ohio State, you have to wait your turn. It's going to be hard to be in the lineup with any significant playing time in the first 2-3 years. JR decided, I'm going to go play. I want to play. I don't want to sit. And when he got to Western, I watched him and I looked at him and I thought, I know what to do with Jared Nicholas. We're going to make him a tight end. And he's going to be an All-American player. And he was. He was a great tight end. And I'm happy to say he went on to have a great NFL career. And he's still coaching football. He's a coach at the College of DuPage right now. But I think he probably makes most of his money as a personal trainer. I don't know that. I didn't ask him. I'm just guessing because of his reputation. He might make more money helping young men to position themselves to earn a scholarship.
Well, he says you're the greatest coach of all time.
Well, he's very kind and he's one of those guys. You know, I'm grateful for so many players that I have a great relationship with. One is JR. I think of those guys really as the sons I never had. As you know, Corey, I'm blessed with one daughter and no sons. And in so many cases, the football players really, in some ways, I do see them as either my son or my nephew, maybe. Maybe our relationship's more father-son. In some cases, maybe it's more uncle-nephew. But in either case, it's the right kind of relationship. And it's all, as you heard me talking about it before, it's all about tough love. You don't sugarcoat things. You place high demands on them, and you make sure you understand. I have high expectations for you because I know what your ability is. I'm simply here to help you achieve your goals. And it's so gratifying when a young man has great success for us and then after his college days, as JR has.
JR also wants to know, does Iowa have a Mayday call where they have a set hurry-up play so that the previous play cannot be challenged? It's a great question. There's been a number of times.
Question.
No.
My observation of Big Ten football in general, teams try to quickly line up and get the ball snapped, but the officials
Iowa doesn't do a great job of that, Don.
No, you're right. But you do see teams sometimes trying to get the next play off, and even then, just barely before the ball snaps, you hear the officials come in and say, we know what you're trying to do. We want to take another look at this play, so we're blowing it dead before you get started. Good question. I don't know. The fact that we haven't seen them do it, Corey, makes me wonder if they do have that kind of built-in alert for the offense to get lined up. We're gonna either have to check to a play, or maybe Mayday simply means here's the play we're running, and you just commit that to memory, of course.
David says, when's the last time Iowa converted a 2-point conversion? I think it was 21 or 20. Maybe they converted a string of, maybe somebody said something like 23, like they converted, but they're like, we've ran the numbers. I'll have to have Kyle Spence throw us those numbers, but they're like 3 of the last 20 or something obscene like that.
20%, as I recall, wasn't
it? Maybe. I don't even know that it's that good.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Here's the irony there. Think about this, Corey. Our 4th down and 3, that's the equivalent of a 2-point play, of course. So we converted on 4th and 3, and then we needed to convert again on a similar situation. 1 snap, 3 yards.
Are you surprised why is Iowa not trying to run the ball on 2-point plays? Why is everything a pass play?
Well, one obvious play that we could have used in a 2-point situation is the play that did produce the touchdown, right? Where the quarterback didn't run the ball.
Right. Yeah, they haven't, Don, I don't believe they've tried to run once and 2-point conversion offense with Tim Lester at the helm.
Yeah, and as you know, Corey, it's not easy to throw from the 3-yard line. The windows are really small. You better have a really well-conceived play. Sometimes you do wonder, do they spend a lot of time preparing their call sheet on 2-point plays? I don't know. I'd like to believe they do, but I don't know that for a fact.
Amanda says, Don, hope you had a warm drink and put some warm socks on once you got home.
Thank you, Amanda, for asking. I will say this. I learned something because I was wrong. I thought I was prepared, Corey. I put on my long john bottoms, and then over them, I put on my khaki pants I like to wear, and over them, I put on my rain bottoms, right? And then for a top, I had on a mock turtleneck, not this one, this one's dry. The one I came home in was wet. And then I put on my big parka. And I'm thinking, here's my point. I think maybe that parka is described as rain resistant. Here's the bad news I learned today. It's not rain retardant. It might have been resistant rain, but in the end, I got wet. And so I learned my lesson. I better wear the true rain top and then wear another bundle underneath. I tried to get off the lazy way. I just wanted to wear a parka that was rain retardant. Rain resistant. It resisted maybe, but it failed. It didn't retard, it just resisted. I think rain retardant is probably better.
Lonnie says, Weegan had the ball between his legs, touched it while his hand was sitting. Touched it with his hand while sitting, should have been a dead ball. He's saying if the ball's between your legs and you touch it, that's a dead ball?
I think to touch it is not to possess it.
He's saying if it's between your legs and your hand touches it, then it's a dead ball. You still have to have possession. That's not, the officials apparently are saying that's not possession.
Yeah. I don't know what, Lonnie obviously has got years and years of experience as an official. I'm being tongue in cheek. I doubt that Lonnie knows that for a fact. I'd like to ask, how about this? How about an official out there that officiates in the Big Ten? How about him calling in and giving us the straight scoop? I don't think Lonnie's an official for the Big Ten.
Asa says, just got home from the game. Oregon players are classless, taunting the north end zone at the end. I wish one of those water bottles we threw would have landed. Well, yeah, that's not going to accomplish anything, throwing water bottles at the players, but yeah, that's not that's not classy if that happened. Jakob 22, would you be surprised if Ohio State doesn't win the national title? No, I wouldn't be surprised by that, Don. I've seen them struggle in first halves. They have not been great in first halves of ball games. Wouldn't be surprised to see Indiana win it. Wouldn't be surprised to see Georgia come out of nowhere and win it. Wouldn't be surprised to see Notre Dame win it.
I could say I wouldn't be surprised if any of them, about 10 different teams won it.
Yeah.
They all have a chance.
Drew brings up the towel. So credit to G. Baker, who sent this to me here a little bit ago. How about I go ahead and just share that play, Don?
Okay.
Should I do that so we can watch the towel throw, if you will?
In the stadium, I was never aware of anyone maybe throwing a towel.
Yeah, so here's the play. If people, why am I not seeing it? There it is. Okay, we'll get rid of Drew's comment. And
is this a 2-point play?
This is the 2-point play, right?
Okay.
So see if you can focus in bottom right of your screen, and I'll play it through once, and then I'll slow it down, and we can watch part of this. So here's the play. Deflection. There comes the towel, right? So I didn't notice it initially. We'll watch it again here, and then I'll slow it down. Deflected at the line, goes straight back. Moulton. I don't know how Moulton happened to be there.
Did that on purpose, or did it just slip out of his hand? I don't know.
Looked like it was on purpose, Don. I'm just going to slow it down here. Watch this defender at the bottom of your screen. I believe his number is 4. I'm going very slow here. And right here, he clearly recognizes that he's behind the play, right? So it appears that he grabs
the ball's going up.
The ball's up.
Okay.
And watch him. His towel's in front of him, number 4. And then watch his arm with the towel. Boom.
Well, honestly, Corey, what you said might apply. I forget how you put it. What did you call it? Unsportsmanlike?
I mean, I didn't know what they were talking about when I heard about a towel throw, but
Here's my question. Correct me if I'm wrong, who was the color? The analyst for the game, wasn't it Danielson?
Gary Danielson, he didn't say anything about it.
If he didn't say anything about it, maybe he didn't see it. But if he saw it and he thought it was worthy of being called a foul, he certainly would have said something.
That almost hit the ball, Don. Look at that. I mean, you can't tell, from the other without another angle where exactly it is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. To be honest with you, they ruled him out just by an inch. And frankly, especially when they look at the replay, they might have. I guess if they don't throw the flag in real time, they can't award the penalty on the strength of a replay. Is that right?
Unless it's a what they call an invalid signal, then they can call a fair catch after a play is reviewed.
Yeah, we remember that, don't we?
That's interesting how that works, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I appreciate G. Baker sending me that.
It looks like he might have intentionally done it,
Absolutely.
trying to affect the concentration of the receiver. And your comment, Corey, I think is appropriate. That is unsportsmanlike, to like a better term.
Yeah.
I don't know what they call it, but you certainly might say.
Here's what I'd say. This is what should have happened. Now, I'm biased, but here's what should have happened. The flag should have been thrown, even if it was in hindsight. By the way, if it's unsportsmanlike, I would think the officials could review it. Like, for instance, if a player punched someone and it wasn't seen right away, I would think they could go back on replay and throw a flag, just like they would with targeting when they review a potential targeting. Like, couldn't you go back and look at something to see if it was unsportsmanlike if a player did something after the fact? That's not like a pass interference or a hold.
Yeah, I can certainly agree that to see that on replay, you might say, wait a minute, he can't do that. He's actually throwing the towel and trying to affect the receiver's ability to catch a ball. You're not allowed to just, shoot footballs down by throwing stuff at them. I don't believe that's an option.
Yeah. This is interesting, this comment from Dan, and I think he's probably right. If Moulton doesn't jump, he catches that ball in bounds. Don, I did think it was odd how Moulton responded to the opportunity to catch this ball. Like, isn't it odd how he landed? Why did he jump? Why is he jumping here?
Well, the ball is pretty high.
No, it's not. It's right there. Look at where he's at. He's 3 yards in the back of the end zone. It's like
back it up again. Okay.
Ball comes in. Oh yeah, it's coming in high, but it falls straight down into his arms. There was no look where the ball is. There comes that towel.
Yeah, you're right. It's high right now, but it's on a trajectory that it's heading to the ground by a pretty good angle, right?
There was no reason for him to jump here. Look at it. He's in the back of the end zone, and then he jumps. I don't understand.
The only negative here, wide receivers spend a lot of time with toe taps along the end line. Running backs do not.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit out of his element.
Fair point.
One question I had, Corey, on the play, can you, as you look at them, let's go back and look at it if we can. Let's just look at it from a standpoint, who is the primary receiver? What were they trying to accomplish with this run combination? Back it up a little bit. Let's see if we can get any idea as to where they thought the ball was going to go.
The primary option was Caden Weegan, who's lined up in the slot on the left here.
Okay, let's see.
I'll play at full speed here. So Gronowski's trying to go to Weegan.
He's
covered. He's covered. I mean, Gronowski's trying to force this into Weegan, but Weegan is covered. So we'll slow this down a little bit.
Yeah.
So Weegan's coming over with a crossing route here. He's totally covered up, Don.
Yeah, truthfully, there's no good options.
No, and that's I just like I say, if that's your best call, I just
Well, you've heard me say before, Corey, because people ask all the time, would you have gone for 2 or not? If it's one of those situations that really is a coin toss, what have you heard me say, Corey? It depends. What does it depend on? Do you have great confidence in this 2-point play that you're about to run? The answer is if you don't, then why is it even on your list? Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, they had to go for 2 there. They just need better plays.
Correct.
And as Danny brings up, why not run Gronowski on the 2-point play?
Well, we ran him on 4th and goal.
So what? So what? They know it's a threat regardless, Don. They know it's a threat regardless, whether they just showed it or not.
I'm just telling you why they might not have run him. They just got through running him on the previous play.
Well, need your best play. What's their best play been in the red zone along the goal line? It's been run with quarterback, right?
Well, as you know, Mark scored a touchdown every game. Let's face it, a lot of them have been from the 1, 2, and 3 yard lines.
Yep. Okay, comment here from Rough Rider Returns. He says, my wife passed away 17 months ago today. Very sorry to hear that, sir. And certainly condolences to you. And hope the show can be a bit of an outlet to give you some community. But certainly our condolences and our thoughts go out to you. Benjamin, why don't we target Vanderzee more? He got that big 4th down conversion, Don. But, yeah, I mean, you'd think they'd like to get him more involved. He seems to be their most sure-handed receiver.
Right. I don't know. I don't know how many targets he had tonight. But like I say, if the ball's in his direction and he's open, you do have great confidence that he'll make a play with it.
1 catch on 1 target, to answer your question.
1 target.
Destiny Pirate. Coach and Corey, we lost today just as Caitlin lost to South Carolina. We believe in our talent development. Yet please explain blue chip value, bench value, or I can call in. Blue chip. You might have to call in because I don't quite understand what he's saying.
I'm not sure either.
Go ahead and call in.
The point I was trying to make, Corey, is rather than spend a lot of money on a high school guy that's a so-called 4-star, 5-star, wouldn't it be more logical to use that money to buy guys that have already proven themselves in college football?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's still a roll of the dice with a high school guy. I don't care how many stars he's got.
Don, our Big Grove big play of the day was the deep shot from Mark Gronowski to DJ Vanami, the 40-yard bomb with 6:52 left in the 4th. And I believe that was 3rd down and long, Don, on their own side of the field, deep in their own territory. They go 40 yards deep to DJ. Got to open it up sooner, Don. I mean, they're connecting on some of these. You got to open up sooner. I don't know. I just think you got to figure out a way to get Mark comfortable.
You've already heard me say I was frustrated. Maybe I was frustrated because I was watching Oregon be pretty efficient with their running game. And I just felt, here we go, just kind of pounding ourselves in the head, trying to make these running plays. Let's face it, we had to strain like the devil to make those first downs on 3rd down a lot of the time. We were making a few up here and there, more than a few, but we still weren't gashing them. I'll give you an example, Corey, that comes to mind for me. The field goal at the end of the first half. I remember that drive to get in field goal range. A couple of them were running plays that were about chunks of 20 at a time. Remember that? Back to back.
Don, that's an issue, giving up yardage at the end of halves and giving up points. That's happened.
Indiana and
Penn State.
Oregon now.
And Penn State. They gave up the return for a touchdown off the block kick.
Yeah.
You're right. It cost them against Indiana and Oregon. Those points literally were the difference. I mean, safety was the difference. The 2-point conversion was the difference. The field goal at the end of the half was the difference. So a lot of those.
An Oregon fan would argue, he would make this comment, yeah, and you guys were lucky on that 58-yard field goal too.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I will say this. I don't believe Drew meant to hit it that low.
Yeah, it was low, wasn't it?
It was low. I mean, we were lucky it didn't get blocked because that ball was low.
Big Grove's big play of the day, Mark Gronowski's 40-yard bomb to DJ Vanami, which put Iowa in business, and eventually they scored only to give up the lead shortly thereafter. RTI Threads player of the game, Max Llewellyn, the defensive end with 5 tackles, 1 solo, 1 pass knocked down. But Don, those stats don't tell the whole story of the disruption he caused. Talk about big number 48.
Well, I don't have the advantage of seeing the replays that you guys see all the time if you're at home watching the game. I do like Llewellyn as a player. I go to my grave remembering that strip sack against Nebraska last year that set us up for the game-winning kick. So I think he gives us good play all the time at that left defensive end position. And when I say left defensive end, that means he's on the right side of the offense. I know sometimes our listeners might wonder when we say left, do we mean left or right? The left side end would be the left as the defense lines up across from the offense. You follow me?
Yeah.
So the left defensive end would be across from the right tackle, maybe.
Right.
If there was no tight end there, he'd be lined up over the tackle. So Max does a good job, and always has, and I like both 48 and 49. They both do a good job. But tonight we got to give Oregon some credit. I think those offensive tackles are good, and we were trying to put a lot of heat on the quarterback, but we really didn't get it done very well, despite great efforts. And Max still made plays, but so many of those tackles, of course, were not related to the pass. They're related to the run.
RTI Threads player of the game, defensive end Max Llewellyn. And, of course, Big Grove Brewery is the official craft brewery of the Hawkeyes. Check out all their locations in Iowa, Solon, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Des Moines. New location in Omaha, Nebraska as well. Be sure you visit biggrove.com and see their selection of beers. Their Easy Eddie is a fan favorite. It's an easy drink. It's delicious. We appreciate Big Grove Brewery for sponsoring our show. Kick back at the official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes at any of their taproom locations across the state of Iowa. Big Grove Brewery, official partner of the Hawkeyes and this show from the Hawkeye of the Storm. All right, Don. Let me see if there's another. Do we miss a comment here that I had marked? Cyhawk C Money, he says his camp gave it everything they had with the rest of the crowd. No surprise there. And yeah, that's about all I had, Don. I guess I can run through a couple of these notes before we power this thing down, and we'll move ahead to USC and get your thoughts on the Trojans. But
Okay.
yeah, first quarter, we talked a little bit about the inaccuracy from Mark. I counted 3 missed throws, the really high punt snap, terrific catch by Reese Dakin. It was a short punt, not blocked, but short punt. And again, tough conditions. It was just amazing that Dakin was able to catch that. Iowa was able to flip the field, but another horrendous punt snap. And what Reese Dakin does, he run back, bats the ball with his hand into the end zone, and then kicks it out of the end zone. Well, he gets an illegal kick call, which I don't quite understand the rule. Now, Matt Kroul said he thought the penalty was enforced on the ensuing kickoff. Is that right?
Well, I thought it was supposed to be. I don't honestly know if it was assessed or not. But because Lisa asked me, she said, "What are they going to do?" I said, "Well, they're going to rule it as a safety, and we're going to be flagged for illegally hitting the ball, and
So
then
why
it'll be
would-
assessed in the kickoff."
But if it happened during the course of the play, wouldn't Oregon have the option of accepting the penalty and it being enforced at the spot of the foul? Wouldn't that be a spot foul?
Why would you treat it as a spot foul? It
Because
happened in the end zone.
I don't understand the impact. What's going to prevent somebody from kicking the ball out of the back of the end zone? What's the penalty?
I got you. Well, what I know is my explanation would be it'll be assessed on the kickoff, and now you won't. I don't even know what the penalty is. Was it 5 yards or 10? I'm not sure.
Think about that. I'd be telling my punter every time to kick it out of bounds. Take the penalty, kick it out of bounds. Like, it doesn't prevent that from happening, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And is it not illegal to bat the ball backwards?
I made a comment. She said, what should he have done? I said, well, most coaches would tell you your job is to get the ball out of the back of the end zone. Bat it. I guess you're not allowed to kick it, but bat it out of the end zone. Another option for you, imagine this, Corey. What if we were snapping the ball out of the 30-yard line? The ball sails over your head, you're chasing it back. You know that you possess it on the 5. You know what you should do then? You should continue into the end zone and give up 2 points because you're not going to have a chance to kick it. But you're okay to possess it and run for the end zone.
Right.
That's the right play, actually.
Yeah, no, Dakin did the right thing, right? I mean, he did the right thing. And
well, he batted it, and he didn't bat it very well. He advanced it a little bit toward the end line, and then
well, what else is he supposed to do? What else is he supposed to do there in that situation? But
he fall on it.
He would have fallen on it. He would have fallen on it in the field of play.
No, after he batted it, it was in the end zone.
You said he didn't bat it very well. I'm saying, what else is he supposed to do but try to knock it into the end zone before he?
Yeah. Well, I think he first touched it on the field of play. You're right. I think what about the 3-yard line, maybe? I think.
Yeah.
So,
which would have been a disaster if they
were in hot pursuit. Obviously, if you can spike it out of the back of the end zone, that's good. But there's nothing wrong at all when you're running, and it's not easy because you're risking giving up possession and then falling on it for a touchdown, right? So one simple solution is, you've heard the expression on the part of the defense, scoop and score, right? But in this case, with the punter chasing the ball, scoop and get down in the end zone for a safety.
I think the problem was it would be so easy if the ball's in the end zone after he bats it. It'd be so easy to try to fall on it and have it squirt out with how wet conditions. Right. So kicking
there's nothing wrong with batting it again, and obviously there's nothing wrong with kicking it.
Yeah.
Because all they can do is maybe assess you on the kicker off, and I'm not sure they did that either. Do we know for sure? I have to go back and look at the tape, which I will do, of course. I'll be able to tell you on Monday or Tuesday whether they assessed the 5 yards or 10, whatever it was.
But I told Matt Kroul, Don, that penalty wouldn't stop me as a punter from kicking it out of bounds in that situation.
Yeah, it's really not a penalty, not really.
Who cares? Yeah.
I mean, if you get it out of the end zone, one way or the other, you've done your job. If they flag you for it, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Kill me? I mean, all you can do is make me back up for the kickoff, maybe.
I would think the only way you could change the rule is make it a spot foul to where a team could accept the penalty and say, we want it where it was kicked, as opposed to, but you'd have to have language for that. I mean,
yeah, they're not going to change that rule. I don't think.
Well, it would have helped Iowa had they won. But instead, those 2 points cost them the game. Barbara Clark, thank you for reminding everybody. Folks, hit that like button. Please hit the thumbs up. It does help, whether you're on your smart TV, your iPad, your phone, your computer. Hit the like button. Thank you in advance for doing that. All right, Don, first quarter, we talked a little bit about the inaccuracy, the snapping issues. Big play to Oregon wide receiver Bryant, who goes down with an injury. That could have been a turning point because then Deshaun Lee comes up with a big interception in the end zone. So huge play to bail Iowa out there. Then Gronowski misses another throw to Moulton on first down. He snaps the ball too early, at least according to Gary Danielson. That's what he believes happened there. He snaps the ball too early before Weegan can get in motion fully and takes a sack. Second quarter, Oregon runs it down Iowa's throat. Multiple missed tackles on that touchdown drive, which sends Oregon up 9-0. Then finally, Iowa unleashes the passing game. Deep ball, play action style to Jacob Gill. The very next play, a touchdown throw to DJ Vanami. PAT is good. It's 9-7. Hayden Large, first down passing play. Sam Phillips, clearly held, was not called. Also thought it was interesting, Sam Phillips on that play was not called holding. It should have been. He was the only receiver that I can remember in recent time who was not wearing gloves. I'm assuming it's just because of the rain, but he tried to catch that, and he had no gloves on, Don.
Is that the ball skipped over?
Yeah, I mean, he's diving for it, right? Because he was held. Yeah. He was clearly held. It wasn't called.
And the ball kind of went off his fingertips, didn't it?
Yes, but he had no gloves on. Is that Is that interesting to you that he would be wearing
Well,
gloves?
you know, if I were in that position, I'd want to be wearing. I don't know that much about gloves nowadays, but I gotta believe there are gloves made that give you a better chance in wet conditions. Incidentally, Corey, I do recall Oregon dropping some balls early in the game. They were well thrown. I think it was a back one time. I can't remember who. But here's another thing I wanted to comment on. Deshaunay's interception. That was a nice play on the ball. I think back to Zach's interception against Indiana. Again, a defensive back making a nice play on the ball, demonstrating that he's got hands like a receiver. That was a nice job of controlling that ball. It wasn't a routine interception, I'd say. It was a little more difficult chance, and Deshaun made good on it. It was a huge play. Let's face it, an Oregon fan would say that cost us 3 points because we were in easy field goal range at the time.
After the missed hold on Sam Phillips, Iowa has to punt with 2 minutes remaining, and what do you know? 2-minute offense for Oregon comes up with gold, and they are able to center the ball for a field goal. Third quarter, it's 12-7. You have the Caden Weegan fumble after a really nice drive in the red zone. Dante Moore pops off a big 40-yard run, and at that point, man, it feels like things are going badly. But Dante Moore trips. He trips over his own lineman's foot. Oregon settles for a field goal. It's 15-7. Then fourth
And when
quarter.
he tripped scoring, we are lucky because it appeared that it had a good chance of being a touchdown.
Yep. And then fourth quarter, I thought there was another offsides penalty missed by the officials, but a big field goal made by Drew Stevens, school record 58 yards. And then, of course, Iowa had the ball down 15-10. Opportunity to go win it. They go deep shot to Vanami. Fourth down conversion to RVZ. Then a fourth down conversion with Gronowski. And then it appears they get the 2-point conversion off that crazy deflection, but it's overturned. And his heels were down, Don. His heels looked like they slid. But what Gene Steratore said on the broadcast is that if your toes or your heels are on the ground, the rest of your foot has to come down in bounds as well. Which doesn't, like what I know some people have said since that comment was made by Steratore is, well, what happened? What happens when a guy slides his toes? Well, I don't know. The only thing I could think of is Don, real quick, Don, let me just explain here. So if you let's see,
this much you do know, whether it's inline or sideline, we always refer to it as a toe tap, right?
Yes.
Beautiful place where there's a toe tap on the boundary. At that point, it doesn't matter where your heel hits. Your toe hit in the field of play, you possess the ball when your toe hit, it's a catch.
But that's not what Steratore said. Steratore said if your toe taps.
Hold on, you see it all the time, Corey. The toe hits, but then you want to see what the foot does. The foot maybe makes contact off the field of play. It doesn't matter because the toe established your position on the field with the ball. That's why they call it a toe tap.
But oftentimes what happens with a toe tap, Don, is you have a toe come down and tap and then come back off the ground out of bounds. So the only part of the foot that hit the ground was the toe. And then the foot comes back off the ground and does something. In his case, his heel comes down. Let me see if I can get this on. His heel comes down, and then his rest of his foot comes down. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know the rule, but that's how Gene Steratore explained it. He said if the rest of the foot comes down, the whole foot has to come in bounds. So I don't know.
Think of it this way, Corey. They refer to that as a toe tap. Have you ever heard anybody talk about a heel tap? No, you don't. So what Gene's saying, if the heel hits first and the foot follows, the entire foot has to be in bounds, right? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but he
If
said
the heel hits first.
He said toes or heels. He said toes or heels first. Go back and listen to the TV tape, Don.
Corey, all I'm saying is you see plays where the toe is in bounds and maybe the foot's rotating. Maybe it's a play where the part of the foot's in bounds, clearly in bounds. And now that toe leaves field, and then the heel hits out of bounds, it still rules touchdown.
Yeah, but that's another step. You see what I'm saying? There's another step involved.
That's what he's saying. If it's a continuation to follow,
of the same step, the entire step. Basically, he's
it's
saying
some area in between.
Yes, he's saying the entire step has to be in bounds, even if it's just a toe or a heel. The problem with Kamari was the heel came down, and in the same step, the rest of his foot came down out of bounds.
Right. So the toe tap, the toe hits, and then the foot comes off the turf.
Right.
And now you're out of bounds, but you were possessing the ball when your toe hit. It's a catch.
You got it.
Yep.
We're on the same page. See, we get along, Don.
Absolutely. And we hope after this discussion that our listeners understand the rule better.
Yes, I understand the rule better. So, okay, and then, yeah, that's really the last note I had. And then the last drive was the last drive. Donna, I mean, just anything else to say about the defense giving up last drives? I saw someone sent something to me. Apparently, Iowa's had the lead in all three of their losses. They had the lead with under 2 minutes to go, which is a fact, right? Converti hit a game-winning field goal. Indiana, with that late touchdown.
I think in all cases let's say.
Well, Indiana, let's see. Did they have?
Well, we had a chance with the last. It wasn't the same as Iowa State because, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey. They kicked the field goal to break the tie with about 1:42 left. So we had a chance. We had a chance to go tie the game up with a field goal. Because I remember saying, no, I didn't have any time as we drive 76 yards for a touchdown to win the game. I did think it was realistic. We drive 36 yards, kick a field goal to go overtime. I remember saying that about Iowa State. So it's a little bit different there.
But anything to say about the issues Iowa has with?
Well, this game reminded me so much of that Penn State game. I knew when we scored, I thought we did the right thing. We waited for the clock to go to 2 minutes, right? We didn't snap the ball at 2:05 or 2:10 because we knew the clock is on our side. We're what, third and goal in the 3, maybe at that point. Maybe we're a little further out, maybe. But anyway, I know we're at least on first and goal at the 9.5, maybe, right? Were we inside the 10? After that, I believe we got tackled and we were maybe they called it the 10.
They were at the 10.
The bottom line, even if they call it the 10, it was first and goal.
Right. It was first and goal at the 10. Yes.
Yeah. I think it was officially called the 10. In reality, maybe the ball was slightly inside. I don't know. But here's my point, Corey. We let the clock go to 2 minutes. Maybe we had to snap it once before, but we were wise to let the clock wind down, knowing it's all going to be decided with a little bit of luck. It's going to be decided right here with little or no time on the clock. We knew this. We don't have many more chances to score, right? We've already burned first down, I think. So if we're going to win the game, we're going to win it by scoring on one of these next 3 plays. You can't earn a new set of downs, right?
Right.
We only had 3 downs left. So we did the right thing, let the clock go to 2 minutes. The only thing that hurt us a little bit, we threw a complaint on third down. I heard that discussion you had before I came on, and you're right. Of course, if you knew you could run the ball and fell on third down, if you could be guaranteed you'd score on fourth down, yeah, I'll have some of that. But there are no guarantees. Here's what you got to do. You got to try to score on third and fourth down. If you fail on third down, you got another chance. But for God's sakes, you wouldn't just automatically say, no, we can't throw. We have to run the ball, and I'm hoping we fail because I want them to have to burn a timeout. You can't do that. You just got to score and turn it over to the defense. Let's face it, Oregon was not excited about letting us score because they knew to let us score would hurt their chance of winning the game.
All right, we're going to go to Destiny Pirate and then Corey Seedorf. I see you in the chat. I see you in the queue. It's got to be quick. I'm 3.5 hours in. I was going to make Destiny Pirates call my last call, so we will go to Corey after Destiny Pirate. Our Iowa Smokehouse call line is active. Destiny Pirate, welcome to our postgame show.
Hi, Coach. Hi, Corey. Can you guys hear me?
We got you loud and clear. You figured out what a StreamYard is.
I sure yeah, better than a barnyard. So I got a whole list, guys. Here's the first one. With all this talk about toe tapping, I'm thinking that maybe we should give a call to Lynn Swan.
Oh, I was thinking.
Now, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Well,
are you talking about a specific play?
Lynn Swan, well, you guys know Lynn Swan from the 70s Steelers. He studied ballet.
Oh,
okay. I figured it was some connection to tap dancing.
Yeah, so maybe that's something we can bring to the program. Off season ballet, something like that.
Yeah, a little ballet.
So I mentioned women's basketball, guys. Do you remember? And I know I'm going off topic here, but I'll come back. Do you guys remember the first quarter of the women's basketball championship when Caitlin Clark and the girls were there against South Carolina? In that first quarter, Caitlin and those girls were winning the game. Yeah, they were beating South Carolina. And then what happened? Dawn Staley, the coach, she sat her 5 starters, and they're all 5-star players, and she put in a whole new team of 5-star players.
Depth, is that
right?
your point?
Okay. Well, yeah. So the point is, Iowa was really gassing the starters on South Carolina. They were keeping up with them. We had 1 5-star player, the best one, but they had 5. Today, we saw the same thing. I looked it up. There's 80 blue chip players on the Oregon team. There's 4 and 5-star players. I checked a few sources, about 80. We've got 14. And we believe in our players. We believe in our coaches and our development. But how can you keep up with that? I mean, let's put it this way. If we had another Max Llewellyn to put in when he needs to, to catch his breath, it'd be a different game. If we had another Xavier Wampa to put in when, he looks like he got hurt a little bit, it'd be a different game. So it's really about, I'm referring to, I don't know how we overcome this disparity in recruitment parity.
It's done through great development. That's what Kirk has done. That's why they've been so successful. But man, trying to take your program to that next level is very hard. And so far, Kurt Cignetti's done it at Indiana a year and a half in, but that's hard to do, right, Don?
Let me guarantee you this about Oregon. You mentioned 80 players that were 5 stars, 4 stars, whatever. I will guarantee you some of those 80 players have been absolute busts at Oregon. And there were people on the plane ride on the Oregon football team that played great football against us today that were not 4 and 5-star players. I guarantee it. So my point is, that alone doesn't guarantee you're going to have a great team. You just got to be sure to pick the guys that have talent, that also aspire to be coached. And you're giving, give you a chance to develop all of them.
I wouldn't trade our program for the world. I'm 100% in agreement. The only point that I really bring up is this, that, due to the money, the disparity is so great that when you look at the women's basketball team, they had the same kind of development. They had the same kind of coach. I mean, long tenured. I wouldn't trade Coach, Bluter for the world and what she did with Caitlin and those girls. But if you have a whole second squad of 5-star players come in, it's just unfair. I'm just saying it's unrealistic no matter how well you develop, although nobody comes closer to making it realistic than our coaches. And, I think team plays where it's at. So hopefully they can come up with a cap on NIL. I don't know how that works, but I got a question for you guys. And I guess it relates to this too. Well, first I wanted to say something. I never thought I would be having to defend, Coach Ferentz. And the reason is I thought everybody should respect him, and he's done so much for the community. But people complained for years about his son. They complained about the quarterbacks, and he actually listened. I don't know if he took his action specifically because he listened, but he did action in agreement with what people wanted. People want, I probably wouldn't have done it if I had my son. I probably would have kept him working for me. And he brought in transfer quarterbacks, and that's what people wanted. So I'm going to turn this into a question and leave it to you, Coach. Now we have the transfer quarterback, and we also had the guy who came over, sorry, I can't remember, from Michigan. And that's what we asked for. And it doesn't always work out. But my understanding is that we usually would develop our quarterbacks for 2 years before we would take the clipboard out of their hand and put the ball in their hand. And now we have guys coming in who I think Gronowski was probably with us for a couple of months, and then he's on the field. And we got what we asked for. The fans said, hey, get rid of the quarterback that we don't like, get a new one. Will that work, Coach? And I guess the question, the way I would put it to you, and even in this era of transfer, because you would know better than any of us, can we realistically expect a transfer quarterback to step in and win 12 games in a row, or to win 11-1 or 10-1, given the ramp up that's required, or how long do you think is needed to develop a quarterback into a system?
Can I, real quick, can I just, before you answer that,
I'll say this, you better have a lot of support.
Don, let me ask you real quick. Destiny Pirate, what, when you say that the fans wanted Kirk to change and he took action, so you're crediting for, and then you said something about Brian Ferentz. What action did he take on Brian Ferentz that you're applauding?
Well, eventually, and again, I don't know if he did it because of the, quote, the fans, but what he did was in accordance with what many fans said, hey, you can't have your son here. He's not the best OC. We don't want him here, and he's not here anymore.
Well, I know, but that was totally against Kirk's wishes. That was totally done by Beth Getz and the administration. That was against Kirk's wishes.
Oh, they have the latitude to do that?
Yes, because Brian was technically under the jurisdiction of the AD. He because of their speaking, because of their rules on nepotism, he did not answer to Kirk. He answered to Beth Getz, and Beth Getz is the one who ultimately came down with that decision. Whether that was from her higher ups or from her, no, that was not something that Kirk supported.
Well, I understand as a dad.
Came from somebody above Beth.
Those must have been some
came from somebody that Beth answers to.
Those must have been some difficult conversations. But setting Brian aside, though, we did start changing our quarterbacks, and that's something that the fan base was clamoring for. And again, I turned it into the question for Coach Patterson. We have we try to develop someone coming out of high school. It's not working out so great. Are we going out of the frying pan into the fire, though? Is it even possible, or how long do you think it takes? We get what we ask for, and then people are like, well, Gronowski's, he's not. I think it's probably pretty hard to be a D1 tight scheme quarterback. I think it's a lot to ask of him to step in and, you're here 1 year, get us to the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess just to leave it as a question for you,
but that's
Don.
Precisely what.
If you, how long do you think it takes to get a quarterback ready in general?
Well, I think Mark would have been better in the early season if he simply had a chance to practice during the spring. I think he missed spring ball and that hurt him. He had a repair from the previous season, missed spring ball. Got a lot of work in August and did stuff over the summer, of course, but still missed valuable time in the spring. And I think the other problem, it kind of relates to what you're saying. Part of the problem, of course, it deals with the other 21 starters. I'm not including kicker punters, so you might even argue there's more than 22 starters, right? There's 24 counting kicker punter. Let's not leave out the snapper because he's really important. That's obvious. So maybe you say there's 25, 26, 27. Maybe the punt returner's not a starter. But my gosh, that's a key position too. Anyway, you get my drift. So much is reliant. The quarterback's problem, he's got to rely not just on those 10 guys in the huddle with him, he's got to rely on the guys on the other side of the ball too. Because you might just simply get outscored. That's difficult to deal with. In the big picture, I'm worried about the same thing you are. What worries me about NIL is simply this. I'm afraid we're going to see the same 12 teams year after year after year in the playoffs. Which ones? The ones with the most money. That concerns me a lot.
Well, I think it wasn't that supposed to be the bulletin board fodder for Oregon that we had a little bit of complaint coming out of our defensive coordinator about that. But I think we're just telling the truth. It's not good for the game. Well, I wouldn't trade our team for the world. Playing as a team, being good citizens. You see these guys, you have them come back and call, and they're always part of the Iowa family. And I know we wouldn't trade it. And I think that's also a concern, because then you don't have people who are building part of, not just a football community, but we've got the hospital there. You got goofy guys like me calling in, so it's a concern if people are jumping around. Hopefully they get a hold on it. But, I'll leave you guys and just say I was really proud of the guys today. Of course, I wanted to win, but I actually am kind of pretty happy about the game just because they played a good game out there. Both teams did.
Here's the bottom line. We have a football team we can all have a lot of pride in, because those young men have high character and they sell out every game, week after week.
They do, and those guys need to hear that. I know there's some people who are, win at all costs, but I think, or playoffs at all costs. And boy, I would love to see Iowa go in the playoffs, and it'd be very curious to see how, teams who are strategize and build around run and gun would, from other conferences when they have to face us. It'd be a lot of fun, but the season's still a success if they put their best out there. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your call. All right, let's go to our final caller.
Corey, I do have I have a great story to tell, Corey. Please let me tell it. It involves Lynn Swan. And it's just a crazy set of circumstances.
This is eating into your time, by the way, Corey. Go ahead, Don.
Corey,
go ahead.
I promise you're going to like this story, okay? Take it back in time. This is back in the days where National Signing Day, coaches went out into all the different schools and physically signed the players on signing day. It was a long time ago. So here I am, one particular signing day period. A lot of people remember Harold Jasper. Remember Harold, Corey? Harold Jasper. You don't remember?
Talking to you, Corey. You're old enough.
Yes. Jasper, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we refer to him sometimes as Jasper the Ghost, because he had a good habit of making big plays. Here's the neat story. I fly out to LaGuardia because he lives out on Long Island. I signed Harold Jasper that morning at school. I'm back at LaGuardia to get on the next flight to wherever, I can't remember. Who do I run into at the airport? Lynn Swan. Here's why it's such an incredible story. Guess who Harold Jasper's favorite player was? Lynn Swan. Guess who got a note from Lynn Swan and gave it to Harold Jasper from Lynn Swan, who happened to meet me on the day that Harold signed his papers to come to Iowa. I think that's a neat story.
Awesome stuff. It was meant to be.
It was.
Well, I tell you.
He did play a lot like Lynn Swan, too. He wasn't very big, but man, could he run and catch.
For sure. Oh, yeah. That name was called a lot back in the 80s.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Tell you, I had a daydream that we were going to win this. We were going to make the playoff, and it was going to be Iowa versus Alabama. And Caden Proctor, who didn't want to settle, was going to get beat by our Hawkeyes and their developed O-line. and that was my dream. That was my, I could just see it playing out. And I want to give Corey credit for keeping the faith with the Hawkeyes the whole time and saying there's a chance, there's a chance. And we were right there. If Oregon throws that pass, that 30-yard pass, sideline pass, if they throw it 10 times and we got that kind of coverage there, they don't make that throw but maybe 2 out of 10 times. Okay, they're very fortunate right there. Let's just be honest with that.
We said the same, but we did say the same thing. I remember having this exact conversation when that pass was deflected against Iowa State on a 3rd down, and it just fell into the hands of Ben Bramer.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. And, you can look back, and I think we could do this. If you look at the 2015 season, the balls bounced our way. And this year, the balls just didn't quite bounce our way. And, it does take luck. I mean, there's some good fortune that plays into any special season. That's the one part of the equation that they really don't seem to get as much of this year. They have to earn every single thing that they get. And I'll just say that, in my opinion, build the statue. I hold Ferentz right there with Hayden Fry. I'm so grateful to have him having coached and to have a team that we can be so proud of that's first class across the board. They play the cleanest, smartest, most tough, physical brand of football. Everybody respects them. It's an honor to be able to go to Kinnick Stadium and be a part of a super intense football game like that on a regular basis. And if the big boys are coming to town, it's going to be scrappy and we're going to be in the game every time. And that's all you can ask for, is that you got a shot to beat these big boys and you put your teams in the position to give yourself a chance. And Ferentz does that. These people that want to go negative and say, oh, he's lost to so many out of the last 20, whatever. You know what? He's put his team in a position where they can win that game. And it's up to the players from there. But he's coached them and he's organized the game and he's game planned it and they've schemed it to give their players, which may not have as much athletic ability as their opponents, but he schemes it in a way where he limits possessions. He does what he needs to do to get his guys a shot to win the big ones. And he's always done that. And you can't take that away from him. And all the naysayers and haters can say whatever they want, but he's always put us in a position to win. Now, I'm not being a naysayer here, but I want to ask you, specific to the defense, and especially that last defensive stand, Don. And I know you're not a defensive coordinator and you may not claim to have an opinion. I don't know. But when we can't get home and we can't plug up the run lanes with the YA black because we don't have them anymore, I mean, what's the solution? Could we have put a corner and done a corner blitz and tried to catch that run on the backside? When you can't stop them up front because they're just bigger and your guys are a little bit gassed, what could you see that Phil could have tried to try to disrupt that?
You're talking about the last drive?
The last drive. What, in your opinion, what?
The last drive, as I recall, I'm pretty sure of this.
Thanks.
I believe it was.
Yeah, thanks.
I believe it was 9 snaps. If I'm not mistaken, Corey, they threw 7 times, completed 5. They ran the ball twice before the field goal. My point is, I was sitting there wondering what might Phil do. Here's the problem with bringing pressure. You bring pressure, you've seen it all the time, Corey. The way their backs are good. Sometimes when you bring pressure, what happens? You break through the pressure, and now there's nobody left. And the good thing about playing zone defense, as you know, you got eyes on the ball, and the backs, as good as they are, we still did a pretty good job of at least eliminating the home runs. Now they had the quarterback run, which was for a lot of yards. that was more because of deception than anything else, because he didn't carry the ball as often as Martin does. And then beyond that, I think the runs in general were less than 20 yards. Maybe there were one or two that were in the 20s, but you get my drift. In general, they didn't home run us with running plays because our safeties in general, DBs in general, if the front didn't get them on the ground, the back end did. And yeah, we didn't like it because it was sometimes 10 yards a pop, but at least we were making them snap it again and again and again, right? We weren't giving up home runs like we did against Indiana when we didn't go pressure man. So that's the dilemma. Phil didn't want to give up a big play, and so that's an argument against not loading the box simply because at least we've got eyes on the ball and we're not a bunch of DBs chasing individual receivers. We're more sound with run support. That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, generally you don't run extra people at the line of scrimmage because you're trying to stop the run. You typically do it, of course, to eliminate a pass play.
Jim Bessler says he believes Oregon declined the illegal kick penalty and took the safety instead of having Iowa repunt.
Well, nobody be dumb enough to pass him a safety.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why the rule is stupid. Either way, I think it doesn't keep people from doing it in that situation. But
yeah.
Anyways, all right, folks. Don, any parting words on Iowa USC in a week? They'll get them on either Big Ten Network or CBS in LA, 2:30 p.m. next week.
You know, I taped last night's game. Have not had a chance to watch it because I was at the basketball game last night. But I'm going to watch it and watch it closely. I feel this about Northwestern. Northwestern, to their credit, they play a lot like Iowa. Now, the bad news for Northwestern in general, our players are a little bit better than theirs, I think. But they also have high character. They don't beat themselves typically. And that's what gave them a chance to hang in there as well as they did with a team like SC. Having said that, I think it was 38-17 maybe? I think it was three scores.
Western was right there for a while. Crucial. You're going to see a crucial penalty by a big lineman on a fumble recovery where he fumbled. They were actually about to take the lead on USC, maybe either late first half or early second half, and he gets hit at the 1 yard line by the quarterback, by the USC.
I did see that in the highlight show.
And he fumbles it out of bounds for a touchback, and it totally they game.
They were trying to make a big deal. This was on some Sports Vision show about college football in general. They made a big deal about the only quarterback to have a forced fumble. They made a big deal out of it, and I'm thinking, why is that such a big deal? It's a good play. But what I didn't realize, the play actually prevented a touchdown, or at least they'd have been on the goal line with 4 downs to score from the one. And, of course, he knocked the ball loose and went in and out of the end zone, and they get the ball back on the 20. So it was a great play.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, my perception of SC, here's what worries me, Corey. You have an idea of the explosive numbers that Oregon had up until today. And they were averaging 7 explosive plays in those 5 games. They had 36 of them in 5 games. That's pretty good. Did we hold them to less than 7? If we did, I'm not sure. I know they had at least 5. And that's assuming nobody had more than 1. So I'm looking at long gain. There are 5 of them already. And, of course, the running back might have had more than 1. So I'm saying they maybe had 6 or 7 against us today. What worries me, SC has a lot of big play potential in their offense, too. And what worries me even more, the Coliseum's likely to have ideal weather for a USC offense. That worries me because it's going to be a tall order to meet them. Now, maybe on the good side, the pressure's off for the playoffs. Let's go have fun. Let's play. Let's play with a little bit of reckless abandon and let's give ourselves the best chance to win the game. As you know, you've always heard me say, you can't steal second with your foot on first. So it's not going to make or break our season. Let's go out and take some calculated risk to beat a team that does have their sights still set on the playoffs. That'd be a great accomplishment to knock off SC on the West Coast. And that's a lot to play for. Our guys are terribly disappointed, but there's a great opportunity that's only 7 days away, right? We play on Saturday next week.
Yep.
I was confused because they played last night. Last week they played on Friday. Against us, they play again on Saturday. So we'll get on the plane with the mindset, I'll promise you, those players are going to be ready to land on the line again against SC.
This is a sad, unfortunate situation to end the game. This is Owen Sebring with this video footage from the end of this game. Oregon players jawing, taunting Iowa fans, and then you have Iowa fans throwing beer and throwing items at these Oregon players. Classless move by those Oregon players, and I think that's probably an indication and a dichotomy of their coaching staff and their leadership, the cocky, pompous way that Dan Lanning carries himself. Very unfortunate to see that, Don.
And I'll say this, Corey, terribly disappointing on both sides.
Yes, I agree. But again, just leave the field. Just get off. Act like you've been there before. Don't be a moron. So
what's hard about being a good sport when you win? It shouldn't be that hard.
And people who say, well, you weren't hearing the things that were said. Well, yeah, it doesn't make it right, but you're also playing college football, and you have to expect this is the territory you're navigating. And these kids are now making a lot of money. A lot of these kids are making a lot of money to play. So I don't want to hear about the student athlete bull crap anymore, Don.
And shame on all those players because they absolutely represented their school very, very poorly.
Absolutely. The Oregon Ducks defeating the Iowa Hawkeyes 18-16. We'll be back for Iowa postgame with Coach Patterson after Iowa USC next week. Will we have you next week, Don, or are you in Macomb next week?
I will be in Macomb.
Okay.
The kickoff in Macomb is at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The kickoff in Central Time is what time next week?
2:30.
2:30?
Yep. So we'll have Matt Kroul on next week, Don, and
so the game will last until about 5:30 our time.
Yep.
Of course, I'll be done with Western's game around 4.
And maybe you'll be able to call in from the road or something.
So I'll be driving, I'll be listening. I'll probably even be checking the floor of the game even during the Western game. So I'll be able to comment and participate as much as you want me to. If you want a full analysis, of course, we can follow up with the show only after I have a chance to study the tape. I'd be happy to do that.
Well, folks, we'll definitely have coverage next weekend, and then of course also post-game coverage tomorrow after Iowa Western Illinois. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. I've said that several times. It's Iowa and Evansville tomorrow. So I believe Molly Davis will be back in town for that. We'll have post-game coverage following the Hawks and the Aces, and then next Friday, Iowa Xavier men's basketball. So we'll have coverage for all of that. Don, thank you for being here as always. It's always a pleasure, even 4 hours after a disappointing loss.
Yeah, pleasure's all mine, Corey. Our fans need to be sure that they don't lose sight of the fact these young men represent us as well as they possibly can. They're doing everything they can to bring us a lot of pride in our program, and they should be commended for it.
All right, folks, for Coach John Patterson, I'm Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Thank you for being here. Sleep good. Have a great night. We'll talk to you soon.